Let's reveal that 20,000 don't define your life work was made for
The thick of things.
Yeah. Right. Check. Check. Okay. Right. Check. Check.
I'm talking about telling begging though, yeah, yeah, you go on by it. Yeah, right? Oh, sure. Office. That's why I office. I'm saying,
Hello, hello. 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 Please, we don't know. Somebody is blocking somebody. Toyota Camry ABC 300CB. It's causing obstruction. ABC 300CB. Where is the man that gave me the Toyota Camry?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Cutting certain frequency.
My voice is not loud.
Hello. No, you don't do check. You do it with your natural voice. You are welcome to the Nigerian Bar Association as it decides 2026.
Hello. Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are very sorry. I've been directed by the chairman to inform you that we have adjusted the time to start around 12:30 p.m. to address some of the concern raised by some of the candidates. We are very sorry because it's by the act of God, certain things is not under our control. But some people have informed us that they are arriving late because of the rainfall today. But by the grace of God, we are starting very soon, in about 30 minutes or so. Thank you. You can start. The national anthem is ready. Is the national anthem ready? What? Good afternoon, gentlemen. We're very, very sorry for starting very late, far behind schedule. I welcome all of you, the chairman of ECNBA, the secretary, members of the ECNBA, learner 6 here present, and the contestants, my colleagues, good afternoon. May we all rise for the national anthem, please.
In brotherhood we stand, Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle, honor and peace we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. Next is NBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray to you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and to do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen. Thank you, gentlemen. You can take your seat. It is my singular honor and privilege to introduce the moderator of this debate, who is a lawyer, a journalist with Channels TV, Shola Suele. You are most welcome. Thank you. Put your hands together for her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, ECNBA, I want to apologize again that we are starting behind schedule. It's not in our manner to be tardy, but there were a few things beyond our control. A number of candidates sent in messages to say they were running late, some because of the rain. Some people had to be at the ceremony of the body of benchers, and so the chairman and the members of the ECNBA decided to be considerate and wait for them. And so we apologize to everyone that came in early and those that have joined us online. It was just circumstances beyond our control, as we like to say here. On behalf of the ECNBA, I want to warmly welcome everyone again to this ECNBA Manifesto Day and Presidential Debate. Today is one of the most important milestones in the NBA electoral process. It is a day when campaign messages give way to scrutiny, when manifestos are no longer read on flyers or via WhatsApp broadcasts, but presented directly to lawyers who will ultimately decide the future leadership of our association. My name is Shola Sheele, as you've heard. I'm a lawyer, a deputy news editor with Channels Television, and I consider it a privilege to be returning as moderator for this year's Manifesto Day and Presidential Debate. I was here as moderator 2 years ago. I was here as moderator 4 years ago. And I thank the chairman of the ECNBA and members of the team for bringing me back. I think I deserve a round of applause. Thank you. So, to start, let me just quickly remind us of the ground rules, a few of them, and for those that are also joining us virtually. Witnesses, no cross-examination, no right of appeal against the moderator's rulings. Those by the authority vested in me by the ECNBA are final. But our responsibility today is simple. The candidates will present their ideas. I will ask the questions. You, the members of the bar, will form your opinions if you've not already done so. So today's engagement is about leadership, vision, and practical solutions to the challenges that confront us as an association. Every candidate deserves to be heard, so we would also take those that are joining us virtually. And I'll remind us of the ground rules. Candidates are expected to address their manifestos. And in the case of the debates, for those who will be debating, they will respond only to the questions asked. There will be no direct exchanges between candidates. Strict time limits will be enforced. A countdown timer will be visible throughout. When your time expires, our timekeeper will cut you off, or I will politely interrupt. To our candidates that are joining us virtually, please identify yourselves properly. We will not take any nominees or proxies or surrogates or campaign managers or representatives of any kind. Please also use your names that we can identify. If you log in with iPhone 17 or Samsung Galaxy something, we might not know you and we might not be able to call you. So please, no aliases, no designations, something identifiable, your name, so that we can identify you and call you up. When it's time for you to speak, you will stay muted until it is time for you to speak. When it's time for you to speak, We will call you up if we can identify you. Please also test your audio and your network properly before the commencement of proceedings so that when it's time for you to speak, the ACMBA will not be responsible for any technical hitches. To our audience here in Abuja or joining virtually, we ask that you maintain the highest decorum that the profession is known for. Please reserve your applause until the end of each presentation. There will be no cheering, no booing, no heckling, and no running of loud commentaries, please, so that we can all hear ourselves. Presentations shall focus on candidates' manifesto, vision, and qualifications for the office being contested. The ECNBA has taken into consideration the need to rotate the order of speaking and ensure that there is a level playing field. And this will be done to ensure that no candidate occupies the same position throughout the entire debate. So there will be rotation of speaking across all phases of the debate. No campaign materials, banners in the hall, no placards shall be displayed by any candidate or supporters. Please, let's respect all these rules. Finally, let me, on behalf of the ECMBA, restate that this event belongs to every candidate. Whether you're presenting your manifesto or taking a ceremonial bow, every candidate here has earned the right to participate and deserves our courtesy and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the bar, the case before us today is not candidate versus candidate, it is vision versus vision. The evidence will be the ideas you hear, and the verdicts will be delivered by members of the Nigerian Bar Association at the ballots. So please, let's begin. Please give me a round of applause. I know that was a mouthful. Let me start by welcoming the chairman of the Electoral Committee of the NBA, Mr. Aham Ejelam, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his opening remarks. Mr. Chair. Please, let's give him another round of applause. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes to make this happen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues,
Yeah.
Holy Ghost fire, we have succeeded. Distinguished colleagues, my brothers of the inner bar, candidates, stakeholders, members of my esteemed committee, ECNBA, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, we have once again come to one of the rituals associated with any election year, which is one of the constitutionally provided events: candidates, debate, and manifesto day. The person in charge of this program, who is the moderator, has apologized, and I want to further apologize for us to have started late. Like one of the very cardinal principles of this ECMBA, we endeavor to ensure participatory and all-inclusive of all stakeholders. So some people called, and we felt, apart from that, the events happening at the Body of Ventures complex will, as much as possible, try to accommodate. Well, today is an opportunity for all candidates to further introduce themselves, their visions, their programs, what they intend to do to move the bar beyond the stage it is now. So it has to do more with the candidates and the electorates. I've always told everybody, I have a right to vote, but I am not supposed to vote. And no member of ECMBA is supposed to vote. So no matter how we like your presentation today or not, you are sure of not getting 7 votes in this election. Having said that, I want every candidate to please, and indeed the supporters to please, respect the ground rules. This is an election meant for professional colleagues. We emphasize respect. We emphasize areas that unify us more than the ones that create disunity amongst us. At the end of the day, just as we have reached this height, we also have other people aspiring to be lawyers. So our conduct at all times should be such that it will endear them to be part of this profession. I want to welcome everybody, and I want to further assure all members of this association that this election that is under my control, by the special grace of God, despite all the misgivings, will turn out free, fair, credible, and transparently well conducted. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Please, let's give our chairman another round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the assurance that these elections, despite the misgivings, will be conducted credibly, free, and fair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we also give a round of applause to all the candidates who are in the room? Thank you very much for coming, and indeed, thank you everyone for joining us. To our candidates, it's desirable that you are physically present here. So if as many as can hear me, please, if you can make your way down here, it's better that you are here to speak to the voters directly. I'll now call up the candidates contesting the position of the General Counsel of the Bar. If there are candidates contesting the position of the General Counsel of the Bar, please come up stage. There are 18 of them. Is there any candidate for General Counsel of the Bar in the room? Candidates, General Counsel of the Bar, please come up stage. While we wait for them, let me recognize the senior advocates in our presence. Adizwa Okora for Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you for joining us, sir. I see Mr. Boyamin Lawal, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you, Leonard Silks. I will recognize other people as we go. Candidates for the position of General Counsel of the Bar, if you're here with us, please come up stage. Are there any candidates for this position online? If you're online, please raise your hand so that we can see you and put you on stage so everyone in the room can see you. Candidates for the position of General Counsel of the Bar. If you're online, please just wave your hand or do a thumbs up so that we can see you and we can put you up so that everyone in the room and online can see you. Candidates for General Counsel of the Bar. Please just state your name and then you take it back.
Good morning, everyone. The chairman, members of the ECMB, MBA, we thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Joy Obianuju Nani. I'm vying for the office of Member General Counsel of the Bar of the MBA Eastern Zone. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to adopt the protocol already established. My name is Bulus Johanna Atsen, and I'm contesting for the position of the General Counsel of the Bar, Northern Zone. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself.
Please, both of you take a bow. Thank you. Take a bow, please. Thank you. Your candidates for the position of General Counsel of the Bar. Also in this group, we have, there are 18 of them, Arinze Celestine Chuku, Assam Akpan Assam, Chidi Betsy Naji, Dr. Celestine Wakoma Nwankwo, Daniel Kip, Jane Omono Apollos James, Joy Obianuju, Kingsley Ehujo, Dikirula Adewale Balogun, Precious Ndidi Nwandimuya, Rotimi Komalafe, Lidak Dafa, Friday Owicho, Mohammed Waila Ibrahim, Kadir Temin, Dr. Michael Olorumola, Bulus Johanna Atsen, and Onimisi Friday Umar. Thank you. Now, can we have candidates for the assistant, for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary? Candidates for the position of Assistant, please come on stage for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary. If there's, thank you. If there's any such candidates, please come up this way. If there's any such candidates, please online, please identify yourself. Candidates for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary. If you're online, please wave your hand or please give a thumbs up so we can identify you. There are 4 candidates for this position: Aki Uwomana Anthony Jr., Adiza Nazer Ahmed, Lukman Oladimeji Jayola, and Meti Monde Ukwe. If the other 2 candidates are online, please identify yourself. Please raise your hand so we can see you. So we'll let these candidates just speak to us for 2 minutes. Introduce yourself and speak to your manifesto for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, the Lionstic here present, and my distinguished colleagues. My name is Hadiza Nasir Ahmad, and with humility, dedication, and strong record of service, I present myself as candidate for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary of the MBA. The Nigerian Bar Association is a foremost professional body of legal practitioners and a key voice in promoting rule of law and justice. Therefore, it is imperative for the MBA to adopt a modern, technology-driven publicity structure. My name is Hadiza Nasir Ahmad, as I said earlier. The core theme of my campaign is publicity with purpose, inclusive and progressive publicity. And this reflects a commitment to purpose-driven communication, ones that add value, inclusivity and visibility all arms of the MBA, and also progressive strategies that reflect global best practice. I have served the bar in various capacities. I am the immediate past assistant secretary of MBA Kano branch. I am the head Young Female Lawyers Committee of the MBA. I am a member of the Citizens Liberties Committee of the MBA. I was a coordinator of the Young Female Lawyers Committee of the MBA Women Forum. I have served the bar in various capacities, and these roles have shaped me into practical experience in coordination, administration, and media engagement. I have key priorities. My priorities is strengthening internal communication, making sure that every member of the MBA is informed about the policies, opportunities, decisions of the MBA. Enhancing digital platforms, leveraging digital platform to bring about information to all arms of the MBA. Promoting accountability and transparency. And also showcasing members, each member across all branches. My vision is to make sure that my vision as an assistant publicity secretary is to build a communication, technology-driven communication, which will connect all members, will connect membership with the leadership. And my mission is to complement the publicity secretary in making sure that we provide accurate, impactful publicity structure. And I have a lot of innovation which I want to bring. I will bring about a lot of innovations. Number one, just want to say, I'll be very quick. I will not go deep. Open bar podcast, number one. We will have a podcast where we will be inviting forum heads, national escorts, chairmen of section and branches. Open bar dashboard, 1 week, 1 bright spotlight, MBA impact tracker. We will also bring about Know Your Bar series in 60 seconds. These are some of my innovations. Thank you very much. And I hope you vote for me.
Please stay. Thank you very much. I think we're having issues with our timer, so we will need to get someone to be our timekeeper so that we can cut off the candidates when they go on for too long. How long did she speak for? 5 minutes. So we'll give you the same length of time. But after this, we'll be more stricter with time. So please come and speak to us. Tell us your name, and please keep it as brief as possible. Thank you.
Chairman and the members of ECMBA, Learned 6 present, my learned seniors, my fellow colleagues, good afternoon. I am Aki O. Mano Anthony Jr. I am from Asaba branch, and I'm contesting for the position of the Assistant Publicity Secretary. Who are we? We are the Nigerian Bar Association. We are the biggest bar in Africa. Not West Africa, we are the biggest bar in Africa. What have I come before you to offer myself in service for that position? Now, the office of the Assistant Publicity Secretary is to serve the image of MBA, and that goes to the foundation of MBA. We are not a profession that it will find it difficult to communicate our value. If we find it difficult to communicate our value, we cannot command our worth as a profession. Now I've offered myself, I am offering myself, and I'm soliciting for your support. That in taking the bar forward, in rebranding our image, we are to write the narratives of our profession with our hands. We are to tell our stories. That is what I am offering this association. That is what I will offer if given the mandate. Now, going forward, we are men who have been deemed fit and proper in the profession. We know ourselves. Of course, we are being informed. Our voices are being heard. We need a bar that connects and communicates. However, what about the laymen? Do we allow those who are not deemed fit and proper to write our stories? The answer is no. It is high time we come to the limelight. It's high time we tell our stories. It's high time they know what the profession offers to Nigeria as a populace. And it is the office of the Publicity Secretary that do that. And I am offering myself to assist in that position. Now, it is an office that will quickly disseminate information, engage not just lawyers with disability, not just the young lawyers, but for the branches, the new branches that are just coming up, the branches in the rural environment. How do we get information to them? I have come, it's well written in my manifestos, and I assure you that if given the mandate, I will ensure I perform that duty to its maximum capacity. I appreciate the members of ECMBA for the rare privilege. Ordinarily, we were mandated to take a bar, but we've been given this few pieces of time to offer what we have, to sell ourselves to you. And I promise that my manifestos are online, and I'm undertaking that with your mandate, we'll all together work in rebranding and carving the image of MBA to where it ought to be. We are in a digital generation where they always say perception is better than reality. It is a fact that we are the biggest bar, but now let us make perception meet reality by making every member, every citizen of Africa and not just Nigeria, believe that we are the biggest bar, that you and I comprise of citizens that make the biggest bar in Africa. Thank you. I remember my humble self, Akiwo Mano Anthony Jr. I'm gunning for the position of the Assistant Publicity Secretary.
Thank you very much. I hope that I've been fair in giving them equal time. Please, is there any candidates online? Can we take, I understand that the other two candidates are joining us virtually. Can we hear from them briefly so that we give all candidates an opportunity? Can we take the candidates online?
Yes.
If you can hear me, please go ahead.
Yes, I can.
Please say your name and just speak to us briefly for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. With profound humility, I crave the indulgence to speak virtually. All right, my name is Messi Monday. I'm contesting for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary, MBA National. What is publicity? By virtue of Section 8 and 9 of the MBA's Constitution, the intention for creating the office of the Assistant National Publicity Secretary was and still to complement the activities of the Publicity Secretary of the NBA. And now, may I tell us a brief story? A couple of weeks ago, there was an incident, a perception that we had about the Nigerian judiciary. And it baffles me and saddens my heart when I realized that a Nigerian by name, by a very popular name, very dark man, the society tends to listen to him the more, and in so doing, we realize that the legal provision tends to go down, and the mental perception, the psyche, the mindset people have about the legal provision tends to be drastically reduced. And this has affected the mental perception of how the publicity sector should be. Now, what are my plans? I know most Nigerians, for the past 5 good years, you have been receiving publication from the Legal Digest, oozing our legal authority for so many years. By the special grace of God, I've been able to man so many offices in the MBA. Part of it was my office as the wireless chairman in Akwa Ibom State, in Europe precisely. But I have so many plans for MBA, and particularly the office of the assistant publicity. With the help of the publicity and the all ESCO member, because the intention of creating the office of the assistant publicity secretary was to see and still to complement the activities of the publicity secretary. But in doing that, we must ensure that the perception of the publicity must also be there. And in doing this, I've been able to align about 8 items that I would like to galvanize the support of the publicity secretary and other members of the ESCO during my tenure. Now, number 1 is the digital first publicity strategy. The second one is the media and public relations academy. All the branches of MBA, in fact, over 140 something branches of MBA. I also realized that if we can have the MBA rapid response communication, so many incidents and so many vices that are going on, people can have them on real time. Now, we can also have things like
Mr.
weekly
please
know
round
your
up.
rights,
Please round up.
and also NBA podcast and legal media platform, a situation whereby we can have in our radio stations, in our TV stations, we realize that we can station so many NBA members so that they can intimate the public on real issues that are going on in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. If you can,
So,
please put us...
once again,
Thank you. If you can,
I
please
don't
put
know
on your
if my
mic.
communication is really proper, but I sincerely crave the indulgence of MBA, having used this virtually. When once I am elected as the
Please, can you
assistant
put on your
publicity
camera
secretary,
so that we can see you? And this goes for all the candidates who are speaking to us virtually. Please put on your camera if you can so that we can see you. Thank you, Mr. Metimonde. We heard you. We're out of time. We need to move on. There's one more candidate online, Mr. Lukman Oladimeji. Please put on your camera if you can hear me, and please speak to us briefly. Mr. Lukman Oladimeji, if you can hear me, you have the floor. Please put on your cameras if you can, Mr. Metimonde and Mr. Lukman Oladimeji, so that we can see the people who are talking to us. Is Mr. Lukman Oladimeji online? Or can we move on? Okay, so let's move on. Gentleman and lady, please take a bow. Thank you very much. Your candidates for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. Thank you. Candidates that are joining us virtually, please, if you can hear me, when it's your turn to speak, please put on your camera so that we can see you. Thank you. Do I have a timekeeper now so that we can be more firm with time? Is our timer working now, or do I have a timekeeper? Okay. So please, when your time is up, I will cut you off. Yes. 3 minutes. The timer, I think they're still having technical issues with the timer. So she will be our timekeeper. Thank you. We can all take time so that when they've spoken to us, then we can cut them off. Let me quickly recognize Leonard Silk Amai Tuwewe, the Chairman Litigation Committee of the NBA. Thank you, Leonard Silk. He's also the chairman, Midwest Bar Forum. Thank you for joining us, Leonard Silk. Now it's time to call up the candidates for the Assistant of Publicity Secretary. Candidates for the position of Publicity Secretary of the NBA. If you're in the room, please come up. We finished Assistant Publicity Secretary. So the candidates for the Publicity Secretary, please come up if you're in the room. And if you're online, please put on your cameras and identify yourselves. Please put on your camera and identify yourself if you're online. We'll let them speak to us for 3 minutes each. Please, we need to be firm with time so that we can move faster. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Electoral Committee, members of ECMBA here present, learned senior advocates, seniors, fellow aspirants, distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Prince Azubike, a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Degema branch, and your candidate for the office of Publicity Secretary. It gives me great joy to be here today to share my thoughts with you on how we can build an image for our association. The office of the Publicity Secretary, as enshrined in the NBA Constitution, is clear with respect to its role, which is to build a good, decent, progressive image of the bar. As the image maker of your association, and if elected for the office of the Publicity Secretary, my mandate is clear. It has been built on 4 pillars. Number 1 of which is building digital transformation and real-time information structure for the association. Under my watch, gone are the days where issues will happen affecting the bar, and it will take days or months before colleagues will get to know of what's happening in our dear association. So with this, I will ensure that members receive real-time information with respect to activities of our dear association. The second pillar upon which my office as the National Publicity Secretary will be anchored on is proactive media engagement. We will have robust media engagements with media organizations to bring to the fore what Nigerian lawyers are doing with respect to the judiciary. So much is happening in the bench and also in our association, and the citizens are yet to know of these things. Lawyers are going through a lot. Lawyers are doing so much in building our country, and citizens keep casting aspersions and indicting the legal profession. Under my watch as your Publicity Secretary, this won't be. I will curate positive stories of things lawyers are doing in order to ensure that Nigeria as a country moves forward. Things lawyers are doing in order to ensure that as a society, we keep going. So under my watch as your Publicity Secretary, we will build on this. Then the third pillar upon which my office will be driven is with respect to members' protection and advocacy. As your Publicity Secretary, gone will be the days when lawyers will be harassed for doing their work. Any law enforcement officer that dare harass a lawyer will use media to bring that officer down. There will be robust media advocacy against law enforcement officers that will use their office to harass, intimidate, or want to bring down the office or the career of a lawyer. Under my watch as your Publicity Secretary, it won't be. Then finally, which is the fourth pillar upon which my office will be built on, is improved media engagement. As your Publicity Secretary, rest assured, our stories won't be boring. Stories about the bar won't be boring. We will endeavor to see that all our news outlets are more engaging and friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we take other candidates that are online? Candidates for the position of Publicity Secretary, if you can hear me. Please unmute, put on your camera and speak to us for 3 minutes. Any candidates for the position of Publicity Secretary online? Do we have technical issues? Because I hear some people are writing in the comments box that they cannot unmute and they cannot put on their camera. Media, any technical issues? No.
Yeah, I've been able to unmute myself.
Okay, please go ahead.
But my camera is mute, is closed.
Media, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All protocols duly observed. I'm glad to be here, although I'm virtually present. I regret not being available physically. My name is Lawrence Shegun Ayewa. I am a candidate for the office of National Publicity Secretary. I am very proud of the Nigerian Bar Association. I have been Secretary YLF, Chairman YLF, Social Secretary Nigerian Bar Association Udu, and Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association Udu. Presently, I occupy the office of the Publicity Secretary of the Midwest Bar Forum. I am experienced. I have the passion to positively change the image of the Nigerian Bar Association. Hence, I've carried a slogan, positive image for the bar, all through my campaign. The office of the Public Secretary is one that gives blood to every association. Without an image maker, an association is unsuccessful, no matter the work the president does. When elected your publicity, I will bring together all branches, work in cohesion with the secretariat and anyone who emerges as general secretary to make sure that information about branches are made readily available for members. During the duration of our campaign periods and visitation consultation periods, I found it difficult knowing dates and time for meetings of branches, knowing dates and venue for long weeks. If we had a one-stop avenue to get these information, I am sure it to be easier for members of the Nigerian Bar Association. If Lawrence Ayewa as an ordinary member finds himself in Kaduna, he should know where the MBA Kaduna holds his meeting. He should know who the MBA chairman of Kaduna branch is. So I'm going to work with the general secretary to build a part of our app to carry branch information. And also, I am going to try and make sure that our image, information that concerns us, the success of the Nigerian Bar Association is carried. Nobody will end up not saying we do not know what lawyers do. Let me give a brief story. Growing up, my father was a lawyer, and he was so respected everywhere he goes. But these days, lawyers are seen as a problem instead of the solution. I assure you that as a lawyer, I know I am a solution and not a problem. I am a minister in the Temple of Justice. And when voted as your National Publicity Secretary, I am going to do everything humanly possible to make sure that this image that our association deserves is repainted and rebranded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On time too. Mr. Ayewa Shegun Lawrence, thank you very much. And Dr. Prince Azubike, please take a bow. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your candidates for the office of Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. One more person? Okay, I understand there's one more person. I understand there's one more candidate online. If you can hear me, please unmute and speak to us.
We are only two, please.
Can we move on? So earlier, I heard that one of the candidates for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary, Mr. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola, could not unmute. So in the spirit of fairness, I'll just give him 2 minutes to quickly talk to us. Mr. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola, if you can hear me, please put on your camera and speak to us for 2 minutes. We had gone past that position, but in the spirit of fairness, I understand that you could not unmute. So if you can hear me, please unmute and speak to us for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can hear you clearly.
Please go ahead. You
Hello?
have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The chairman, the members of the ECMBA, distinguished learners seated, members of the national officers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lukman Oladimeji Jayola. I am a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Ikorodu branch. I am also a contestant candidate for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. It is my pleasure to address you this afternoon on my manifesto, particularly what I am bringing forth to redefine the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I have diligently served the Nigerian Bar Association before now. I was formerly the Publicity Secretary of the YLF Ikorodu branch. I served as the Assistant Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Ikorodu branch. I equally serve as the Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Ikorodu branch. In all my activities since after my tour in 2017, I have been promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. I have been promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. I have been promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association till present day. I have decongested the prison, over 400 representation of pro bono activities, and I have appeared in over 500 pro bono court appearances. From the Manifesto for the Office of Assistant Publicity Secretary, I have outlined very laudable innovations I am bringing to the Nigerian Bar Association to redefine that office. Something happened when I was the Assistant Secretary of my branch. Permit me to share that little story with you. There is a case of a member who needed the assistance of the MBA to assess the national policy, the health national policy. We assessed the office of the welfare secretary, the then national welfare secretary, but the office needed information to address the challenge. It is classified as that. I am of the firm opinion that if I have that opportunity to represent the Nigerian Bar Association, I will make sure I redefine the office.
Thank you, Mr.
Members
Jayola.
of the Nigerian Bar Association across federation, we have access to adequate information about the Nigerian Bar Association.
Thank you.
Once I am done with that office, members will be rest assured.
Thank you, Mr. Jayola. You're out of time. Thank you. Please let's give him a round of applause. Let's move on swiftly now to candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. Candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. Is there any candidates in the room? Candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. There are 4 persons contesting this office. Do we have candidates online? Candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary, if you can hear me, please unmute. If you can put on your cameras, it'll be better so that you can talk to us. We have Akinwumi Laleye, Oaikana Osage, Audrey Chinelo Foegbunam, and Chiwendu Gochuku. If any of the candidates can hear me, candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary, please go ahead. If you can hear me, please go ahead. Please go ahead, we can hear you. Please tell us your name. 2 minutes.
I'm a member of I'm contestant of National Welfare Secretary. I'm very much that MBA welfare is a very important part. Because MBA is like a pressure group, which is focused mainly on promoting the and welfare of the members. Based on the approach, I have 4 points agenda to achieve. The first one, effective monitoring of welfare of members. 2, periodic reporting welfare of members. 3, advice for beneficial programs for members. And 4, protecting the rights of members at police station. Under this third agenda, which is advising for beneficial programs for is to advise whoever that will be elected as the president, the executive committee, on important beneficial programs like electronic law available for legal research, which is very, very important. Whoever that is,
you have 10 seconds left.
You see that as an important program to achieve. And also, in promoting the rights of lawyers as regards their work at police station, making that work more professional by advancing
Thank you very much.
So, police.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're totally out of time. Can we get your name again?
My name is Wanaka. I'm humble for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe that was Ernest Ezindu Wanaka. The audio was really very bad. Did we hear what he said? No. Do we have any more candidates online? Any candidates in the room for the position of Welfare Secretary? Any more candidates online? Once we move on, we will not come back to this position.
Yes, please.
Any candidates for the position of Welfare Secretary still online?
Yes. My name is Audrey Chinelo.
Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Audrey Chinelo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The indefatigable chairman and distinguished colleagues of Innova and Okaba, good afternoon. I am Audrey Chinelo, and I am a candidate for the position of National Welfare Secretary. I'm a proud member of the FAO branch, where I've had the honor of serving as the Assistant Secretary and Treasurer in executive capacities. I have also served in so many appointed capacities. I'm excited to share my vision with you as I run for the office of National Welfare Secretary. My mission is to prioritize your welfare, leverage my experience and expertise to drive meaningful change. I will focus on establishing a dedicated welfare forum and provide mental health support. I would also champion professional development plans through corporate social responsibility. Emergency loans and retirement planning will be the order of the day. I've got a good interpersonal skills. As such, I will work closely with other MBA officials to ensure cohesive welfare initiatives. There shall be regular and reporting of member welfare, identifying areas of concern, and proposing intervention. I would also develop a mobile app where members can have access to welfare services, network, and stay updated on MBA activities. And lastly, we all know MBAs are as such, I would leverage and take on further negotiation for the NBA National Health Insurance Authority, also known as the JAM, to ensure that employer is left unattended health. My vision is more connected, compassionate, scalable, sustainable, and effective, where every member feels valued and supported. I would work tirelessly to promote harmony, mutual respect, and ensuring that our institution is the beacon of excellence.
Thank you.
I'm committed to transparency, accountability, and collaboration.
Thank you
Join me,
very
let's
much.
build a brighter future for the MBA. Once more, my name is Audrey Chinelo Ofebunam, and I am a candidate for the Office of National Welfare Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey Chinelo. Please, do we have any more candidates online for the position of Welfare Secretary? I understand there's one more person online. Please unmute if you can hear me and speak to us for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I observe all is My name is Chiwendu. I was called to the Nigerian I was called to Nigeria in 2011. I am a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch and a former welfare secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. I'm also an assistant chief officer of the National Human Rights Commission. I served with the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch as the welfare secretary between the years 2011 to 2023. And in those times, I did not initiative. First of all, I established the first welfare fund. I established the first lawyers disability committee. I also was the first to launch the mental health initiative of the branch. I pioneered the application sign of the branch. I also launched and many other initiatives of the branch. I am putting up myself as the National Welfare Secretary because I am experienced, I have the capacity, and I can do it. I have three pillars which I'm bringing to the my three pillars are one, inclusivity. I'm making sure that all lawyers, young, old, mid lawyers in the city, are all included in the welfare scheme. Two, better collaboration and synergy with the national body and the to ensure that we have a well-responsive welfare for all members of the bar. Three, a better and strong health insurance scheme for every member of the bar. I am Chiwendu. I am putting up myself for the position of National Welfare Secretary. I have done it. I have the will to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's give them a round of applause. I believe there's no one online, there's no more candidates online, so we can move on. So we heard from Audrey Chinelo Efegbunam, Ernest Ezindu Wanaka, and Chiwendu Ugochukwu. The other candidates are Oaikana Osage and Akiwumi Laleye. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have the candidates for treasurer for the position of treasurer online? Do we have the candidate for the position of treasurer online? Esther Ifoma Jimo. This candidate is unopposed. Esther Ifoma Jimo.
Yes, please. Esther is online.
To the candidates for the position of
Esther is
Assistant
online,
General
please.
Secretary. Is there any candidate?
Good afternoon. Esther is online. Esther Ifama Jimo is online, please.
Please let's give her a round of applause. Would you like to speak to us for a minute?
Yes, I wouldn't mind that at all. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and members of the executive, members of the electoral committee. My name is Esther Ifoma Jimo, candidate for the office of treasurer. I would like to say, first of all, that my desire to serve as a national treasurer, having diligently served as the vice chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, is born purely out of the desire to serve at the national level. And so, in compliance with the guidelines for today's Manifesto Day, I would just like to say thank you so much for the opportunity, for the privilege to present myself once again to serve. I would invite you all to please take a look at my CV, my manifesto, and campaign materials as contained in pages 238 to 250 of the election magazine. Once again, thank you so much. May God bless the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much. Candidates for the position of Assistant General Secretary, please come up stage. Thank you. Candidates for the position of Assistant General Secretary, if you are online, please indicate by raising your hand or giving a thumbs up so we can identify you. Candidates for the position of Assistant General Secretary. There are 4 candidates for this position? Yes. Oh, great. They're all in the room. Please give them a round of applause as they come up stage. Thank you. You will speak to us for 2 minutes each, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My crave your indulgence to stand on the already established protocol, sir. My name is Benjamin Emeka Enyago. I'm from Mujirifa branch of the MBA in Enugu State. I'm a notary public. I've served the bar as the public secretary of my branch. I've also served as the pioneer committee member of the MBA National Health Insurance Scheme. My 2 agenda as the assistant secretary of the MBA, if elected, is 1, to have a technology-driven secretariat. I'll work with the general secretary and improve on the MBA portal, MBA app, and make sure that 90% of lawyers' problem that will bring them to the secretariat will be solved through that MBA app. Secondly, let me give you a practical example. Every year in MBA Enugu State, I do help at least 150 members to pay their MBA bar pricing fee and apply for their stamp and say. And I found out that after the tenure of Olumide Akpata, that our female colleagues who wants to apply for their stamp and sale or pay for their bar pricing fee, their name from the Supreme Court returned to their maiden name, and it became a problem for them. I see that as a lack of proper record keeping by the secretariat, and we'll make sure that we'll subjugate that thing and make sure that such a thing will not repeat itself. Thank you once again.
Good morning, Leonard Sick here present, the distinguished benchers, the committee chairman, the secretary and members of the committee, and other distinguished learned gentlemen here. I greet you all, especially ladies on trouser. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Chiduabo Prince Remama. Chiduabo Prince Remama is my name, from Premier Bar Onitsha, Anambra State. I am contesting for National Assistant General Secretary of the Bar. Why I'm contesting for this position is that I have served as the immediate past Assistant Secretary of the Premier Bar Onitsha. And during my time as an Assistant Secretary, I know that we have taken our secretariat to where we found it to the topmost functioning digital secretariat in Southeast and in Nigeria, if I should exclude Lagos State. Then coming here today is to tell you people that my mandate of aspiring to be National Assistant Secretary is nothing but to serve the bar, most especially the young lawyer and the elderly lawyers. For example, like the previous annual general conference that I just concluded, that we just did last year, we had that the chairman of the committee returned about 1 billion naira back to MBA account.
when the poor lawyers and mainly the young lawyers among us cannot afford to pay the high fee, high cost of that conference. And in the other way around, during my mentor, Olumide Abata, when he was handing over to the next government, he made mention that he left 2 billion naira at the Access Bank account of MBA. And I believe by now we must have about 10 billion or many millions. Why young lawyers and some poor lawyers are suffering, where they are going to Mushba Bank to get loan. If you give me the privilege to represent you as Assistant Secretary, I bet you that the Secretary and the President of MBA that we will work to bring to the nearest minimum that every lawyer who may want to access a loan from MBA, with your call to bar certificate, you will access a loan. We cannot be keeping money in our account when the younger ones are suffering. My name is Chidu Abo, Prince Remama, National Secretary General. Vote for me. When I be there, all of us will be happy. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies.
Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Agogo Gladys Okpomo, also known as I Am Agogo. And I'm here telling my colleagues, everybody watching online, this is your Agogo. I am the candidate of the Office of Assistant General Secretary. I have served in various capacities. I am the past Welfare Secretary of the MENA branch. I am the past Secretary of the Law Week Planning Committee of MENA branch. I am the past facilitator of MBA Women Forum MENA branch. I have served also in FIDA. I'm also a member of AULA. I have served as an Assistant General Secretary of Young Lawyers Forum. I have served in various capacities. And these various capacities have actually trained me into coming out to contest for the Office of Assistant General Secretary. As you all know from the Constitution, the Assistant General Secretary assists the General Secretary and the President. That tells you one thing: you need someone who is reliable. You need someone who you can call anytime and you know that person would respond to you. You need someone with ideas who is emotionally stable, a team player. And I have served diligently as a team player in the various committees I have served. And so, I want to bring innovations to the Secretariat. As you all know, the Secretariat is the brain of the MBA. I noticed something last year. So many times, I noticed that there's a serious gap between the branch and the Secretariat. I noticed that there's a serious gap between the executive of these various branches and the Secretariat. So there is need for us to actually work together. And so, if the President and the Secretary agrees to this idea, I will want to bring up a You First call center. That call center is just like the MTN, the MTN and all those call centers. You can just call. You don't even need to call any executive call, and you are sure that there will be a swift response to your inquiries, to any information you need. If you need your seal, you are sure that there's going to be, your seal will be actually, will reach you on time, in good time. And so I need your support. I am reliable, and for an effective, efficient Secretariat, please vote for Agogo Gladys Okpomo, also known as I Am Agogo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Leonard Silks here present, distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Osato Uwagboy. I am a member of the MBA Benin branch. I have served the MBA, and I currently serve as the Secretary of the Administration of Criminal Justice Committee of the NBA, and I present myself to you as a candidate for the office of Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. My main goal for running for this office is simple, just one. I intend to help the General Secretary to ensure that we have a secretariat that is efficient, a secretariat that is accessible, and a secretariat that is very responsive to its members. I want to ensure that we have a synergy, not only with the national level and at the branch level. I want to ensure that members get their documents, everything they need from the secretariat, they can have it on time. The current administration, the General Secretary and the Assistant General Secretary, they have done well, but we need to improve on it. And I do not necessarily intend to reinvent the wheel or bring in anything new, because things like that cause confusion. But we can build on what has already been established. For example, the current administration have what is called a fireside chat. We can have it, we can continue on it, and make sure that it is timely. It can be quarterly, so you expect when the next episode is coming. For some of us, we do not know when our stamp and our seal comes to us. You can apply in January, you don't get it until May, June, July. But I intend to make sure that we have a timeline for when these things come in. I want to make sure that we have a secretariat that is efficient. We have a secretariat that you can communicate with your General Secretary, and you can reach out to any member of the secretariat. I want to ensure for every MBA, thank you. I want to ensure that for every member of the MBA, you can reach out to the General Secretary or the Assistant General Secretary, and you ensure that your job is done. My name is Osato Wagboy, candidate for the office of Assistant General Secretary. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a bow. Your candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. It's time now to hear from our candidates for the office of General Secretary of the Bar. Candidates for the office of General Secretary, please come up stage. Manifesto for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Bar leaders, distinguished colleagues. My name is Oke Leo Ohaba. I stand before you as a candidate for the office of General Secretary of the NBA. I bring innovation to the table Between 2016 to 2018, I served you as First Assistant General Secretary. By that portfolio, I stand out as the only candidate with institutional memory of the Secretariat of the NBA. My 6 cardinal point program for the NBA Secretariat is detailed in the ECMBA Manifesto Bulletin. And right now, I refer you to join me, open your web pages and go to okisok.com, where you can view my profile and manifesto as I speak, because we do not have time. First is innovative e-governance, the IBA model. We intend to replicate what happens at the IBA level. Our portal has to be enhanced to serve lawyers from everywhere, from every part of the country, from anywhere you are in the world. On a click of the button in the MBA portal, your queries are resolved. MBA is long overdue to have a call center, a functional call center implement and ensure that the Secretariat is there to give you the best of services. Secondly is a professionalized Secretariat staff. We intend to restructure the Secretariat. We intend to ensure that the staff are well trained to represent the image of the MBA. We are going to relaunch the MBA Smart Identity Card Scheme, which was introduced between 2014 to 2016 administration of Augustine Alege SAN. That initiative was a germane initiative, and we have to bring it back because we need to use it to also fight quackery in the association. We need to use it to identify our lawyers. We need to use it to gain benefits for lawyers. There are a whole lot of discounts we can get from partner agencies, hotels, banks, and service providers. So there's a whole lot we can gain with that initiative, and we intend to bring it back. There's a whole lot listed on our program, but all I tell you, I ask you is, read my manifesto, read the plans we have for the Secretariat. I don't speak innovation, I work innovation. When I served the NBA, when I served as a member of the Board of Corporate Affairs Commission representing NBA, I championed and introduced what we have today, full automation of the CSC processes. I championed it, I drove it, I made it work. That today you can sit in the comfort of your homes.
Please round up, you're out of time.
You can sit in the comfort of your homes and transact with CSC. It is because I was thinking innovation. Today, for the younger lawyers in our midst, you are the future of the profession.
Mr. Ohagba, you're out of time. I have to stop you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're still going to answer questions, so you still get another opportunity to speak to us. Thank you. 3 minutes. I understand that our timer is working now. Can we put it on the clock, on the board, so that our contestants can see it and everyone in the room? Please put the timer up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. I've held several positions in the NBA, and notably, I used to be the National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association when Olumide Abata was the NBA president. And I want to say that the NBA is at a defining moment currently. It's a moment we can proudly say that we've had a lot of, and well, we can say that we've had a lot of reforms, but yet, despite all these reforms, we are still plagued by the analog age. We've done a number of things with technology, but the ghosts of the analog age still plagues us. And so what is the expectation, members, the expectation that say, sorry, this microphone. Thank you. I hope that the timer will be reset for me. Thank you. So I was trying to say that we've had a lot of innovations over the years. Technology has developed. We've gotten better over the years, but you are still plagued by the ghosts of the analog age. And so the expectation from the secretariat or the members are very simple. A secretariat that works, a secretariat that responds, and a secretariat that delivers. And so this election is not just about seeking for the office of the General Secretary, it's also about choosing whether the MBA will finally bridge the gap between technological advancement and exceptional service. It's about whether we will transform our processes from merely being functional to being genuinely seamless. And so I have a number of propositions to make. My proposition is that while we run our physical offices, we can also have efficient digital systems that make it easy for our members to interact, have their answers to their queries, and would not need any physical connection within the secretariat for their complaints to be dealt with. And so how can we do these things? Number one, the system must be upgraded constantly to provide answers to every issue a member is confronted with. From our receipts, to our certificates, to our letters of good standing, to the bar practicing fee receipt, it should be in one portal and should not disappear because somebody changed something. The affinity cards will come back again. The staff at the back end must be trained to be very effective. They must understand that the culture of speed and accuracy is the soul of every business. The idea is that once a request gets into the secretariat, it must be resolved within a period. Number three, specific roles must be assigned to this staff and with specific timelines. So one of the things that we'd also do is to establish an MBA service charter. And what that will do is this: once a request comes into the secretariat, within 12 to 24 hours, somebody must acknowledge the request. And when somebody makes a complaint, it must be resolved within 5 to 7 working days. And when that complaint is outside the purview of MBA, there must be a tracker that will tell you per time and every day where this complaint is at that point in time. So there must be automated tracking system for our complaints whenever we complain. Now, over the years, the successive governments have always encouraged diaspora engagement. And so we also propose that we ramp up our engagement with our members who are in diaspora. Our portals must have links to all the websites within every branch's website, so that once you want to engage with a branch, you can come to that central portal and you can get it. I will jump a number of things. Name change for our female lawyers especially should be done by the secretariat, and it should help. Now, I want to say this. The reality is that my specialization, I have a master's degree in information technology law, and I have a PhD in cyber law. I believe that I'm better suited to run a digital technology-driven secretariat in the MBA. And a vote for me is a vote for an unwrapped secretariat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please let's give him a round of applause. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. The chairman of CMBA, learned senior advocates here present, distinguished colleagues. My name is Afam Okeke. You agree with me that the secretariat is the backbone of every organization, including Nigerian Bar Association. When it works well, the association works well. When it fails, the members feel it. I have served MBA at different levels. Pioneer chairman of Young Lawyers Forum of Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch, secretary Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch, chairman Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch. At this point in time, MBA, we need a secretary that has capacity to deliver, a secretary that has the institutional memory of the association, and most importantly, a secretary that has good interpersonal relationship with members so that he can interface with our members. I'm coming on board with 5-point agenda, and I pledge Agenda 1 is to have a digitally delivering secretariat. I will build on what the current General Secretary has done so far and the previous General Secretaries, because I believe that the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. You can easily track your stamp and seal, real time. You don't have to wait for months for you to get your stamp and seal. You can track from the point of application to point of delivery within 72 hours. Secondly, prompt communication. Our members should not be left in the dark. They should know what is happening in the association because the association belongs to them. Thirdly, member-centric secretariat. A secretariat where our members are treated with dignity. We need to retrain the secretariat staff so that they can know how to handle the secretariat professionally, and our members can always get prompt response to their inquiries. Fourthly, we need to update our record storage system, automate our record storage system, because at times our colleagues will apply for documents, it takes time. But I can assure you with Afamokeka as General Secretary, the era of come back next week will end. You can easily go to your app and access any document. Is it letter of good standing, referral letter from your app without much hassle. Finally, the last point is open secretariat. The association belongs to all of us. I pledge to run accessible and efficient secretariat for all our members, no matter the status, whether you are a young lawyer, whether you are a member of Molan, Class 1, lawyers with disability, whatever the class of lawyer belong to, the association belongs to all of us. For efficient, accessible secretariat, come 18th July 2026, vote AFAM Okeke. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okeke. Gentlemen, please, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished leaders of the bar. My name is Nnaibuka Nwaize, and I stand before you as the candidate for the General Secretary of the bar. We know, as distinguished members of this association, that the Secretariat is the hub of service for the association. The duties of the General Secretary is already prescribed, so we do not intend to prescribe new things that we will do for the association. Section 9, sub 5E of the Constitution of the Association has detailed what the General Secretary should do. And it is my pledge that I will carry out those duties with sincerity, diligence, and integrity. It does not serve any purpose to promise that I will bring down this house and build it back in 3 years. But what is important is that those things that are expected will be done with absolute diligence, absolute sincerity, and absolute integrity. It is my promise to the bar that all the efforts that we are doing, all the efforts that we have made, is to make sure that we celebrate milestones of improvement in the bar services. I present myself as one who is ready to serve, who is ready to do all that is necessary to take the bar from where we are today without diminishing the efforts of our leaders, both past and current, but to prioritize making improvements where they are necessary. And of course, room for improvement is always available, and digitization has happened in MBA. We cannot deny that our services are digitized. So we will continue to optimize them. We will continue to use all available digital platforms to make sure that service is prompt to members, to make sure that every delivery that is expected is prompt. My record of service and training is already published by the ECMBA. I urge all members respectfully to refer to them because of want of time. But suffice it to say that I am duly, primely prepared to serve the MBA, and I present myself to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, sir, join us. Thank you. Please start the timer.
Good afternoon, the chairman of the ECMBA, the electoral committee members, Leonard Silk in the room, colleagues. And thank you, moderator, you've been doing a good job. I was just going to ask, if somebody has a speech impediment, would I get more time? Thank you. Just before I go into, my name is Chidi Ezenwafo, and I'm a candidate for the office of General Secretary, MBA, in the coming elections. And before I tell you why I'm asking for your vote, let me quickly acknowledge that a lot of colleagues have walked up to me and they've pointed out that the one-stop secretariat that I offer leverages heavily on technology. It leverages heavily on technology. And I completely agree. And I'll tell you why. Technology is not my vision. Service is my mission and my vision. However, to deliver that service that every lawyer has yearned for, whether in Aba, whether in Enugu, whether in Potiskum, we have to leverage on technology. And essentially, this is what this election is about. I'm running for the office of General Secretary, and it is about delivering efficient service to our members, regardless of where we practice and where we are based. Now, I have almost 2 decades in the profession. I've served the bar in several capacities, and I have had the privilege of serving the bar as the secretary of the Abuja branch. Now, through that service, I came to one singular truth, and that is what lawyers are asking for are not miracles. Lawyers are not asking for so much. All they are asking for is efficient, effective, responsive service. That is all lawyers are asking for. And I know because I have been in the room. During my time as secretary of the MBA Abuja branch, we brought in innovative service. We changed the landscape of service. We increased the institutional memory of the branch. We brought back member confidence. And I came to one conclusion after serving the MBA Abuja branch. Lawyers, when they pay their practicing fee, are not paying for bureaucracy. They're not paying for delays. They are only paying for service. That is what lawyers pay for. And that is what the secretariat should offer lawyers. I think my time is shorter than everybody else. That is what lawyers should offer. And I have a simple agenda, which is the one-stop secretariat. I ask a question: should service to our members be dependent on who you know, or should it be professionally delivered regardless of who you know, where you are, where you practice? And that is why we are offering the one-stop secretariat. The one-stop secretariat is a 24-hour service-driven secretariat that gives you immediate feedback, immediate returns, immediate access. On the 18th of July, I will ask for your vote, and I'm asking you not just to vote Chidi Ezenwafo, but to vote competence to vote innovation, to vote the one-stop secretariat. Thank you, and God bless the MBA.
Thank you very much. I understand that there's a sixth candidate, Mr. Bat Okoye Aniche. Is he online? There's a sixth candidate for this office. Is he online? Is he able to talk to us? Mr. Bat Okoye Aniche, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, please unmute and speak to us. It would be nice if you can also turn on your camera so we can see you. Is he online? He's not. Do we move on? Mr. Bat Okoye, if you can hear me. He's not online. Thank you very much. So a few questions for the candidates that are in the room. Please, timekeeper, 2 minutes each. Please display it so everyone can see it. Immediately the first person starts speaking. So I'll start in the order with which we ended. Mr. Chidi Ezewanfo. Can I have a mic for him, please? Can we have someone shift the podium, and can I get another mic? Can I have someone shift the podium so we can see our candidates properly? I will go back in this order. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Please give them another round of applause. Before we go into questions, let me recognize our presidential candidates who have joined us. I see Mr. Yemi Akongbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Mrs. Oyinkan Badejo Okusoya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you for being here, ma. I believe that Mr. Akiboro is on his way. All right, gentlemen, 2 minutes each. Some of you have alluded to it in your presentation, but we want specifics. How would you leverage technology to improve member registration, verification, communication, and service delivery? Some of you spoke to it, some did not. So we want specifics. Within 2 minutes, how would you leverage technology to improve membership registration, verification, communication, and service delivery? 2 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. So the question, like I said, we have a one-point agenda, which is the one-stop secretariat. Now that is where you have every service rendered by the MBA, all the services you've listed. At the touch of a button, you can access those services. If you go to the MBA website today and you check for services, you go to our drop-down, you don't have any column for any of the services that you've listed. And that is what we are offering today, a one-stop secretariat. And our mantra is bringing the MBA secretariat to your fingertips. So if it's registrations you want to do, if it's continuing legal education, if it's service and support, if it's feedback, whatever engagement you want with the secretariat, click a button and you will see the specific drop down where you identify the service you require. And I assure you that within 24 hours of sending in that request, you will get acknowledgement, and within 72 hours, you will be served. The one-stop secretariat is the solution that we need now, and that is the answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay. The MBA, as it is today, already has a website, it has a digital presence on the web, and it has a very functional application that is accessible to members, has button for registration, and delivers service as it is today. So whatever is missing in that app, whatever improvement that it requires, we will ensure that it is updated as needed. We will ensure that if the app is not primed to deliver any particular service, the app will be reworked in a way that such service will be included as one of the deliverables to members. Registration and maintenance of the register is already being done. And I guess, I am certain, not that I am guessing, I am certain that our app as it is today provides these services that you mentioned. And we will continue to optimize it, we will continue to keep it running, we will continue to do everything that is required to have the digital presence of MBA perfect in all ramifications. That is my answer to your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. My answer is very simple. Technology is here to help us. I will deploy technology in running the affairs of the Secretariat. Number one, the current General Secretary and his team, they have done so well. But I believe, like I said earlier, that the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. On the issue of payment of bad practice fee, some of us would have experienced challenges when you are paying, especially when it gets towards the last days of payment. We can deploy technology and add another payment channel so that we make life easier for our members in payment of bad practice fee. On the issue of stamp, I propose that we'll have an app once you go to your portal that you can track your stamp application process, just the way you track your visa application and the way you track your mail. If you send mail from here to Sokoto, you can track it. So I propose to a member that we'll have an app that once you make application for stamp, from point of registration to delivery within 72 hours, you'll be able to track your stamp application. There won't be any delay or come back next week or come back tomorrow. Then the next thing is in communicating with members. The current General Secretary and his team, they have what we call fireside chat. I will improve on that so that we will always update our members on the activities of the association to respond to their inquiries and give them updates on what we are doing at the secretarial level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that the first thing that we must understand is that in this age that we are in right now, people get attracted to something that is easier for them to use. So first of all, we must have a user-friendly system. And apart from being user-friendly, it must also be consistent. Now, a system where you have every single thing that has to do with the Secretariat, that you don't need to have any physical connection with anybody or maybe write a letter for somebody to receive it. Once we're able to put in everything in the portal, then we can leverage that and people will be enthusiastic to register for those things. Now, I'll give you an example. At some point, there was a day that I went to the portal to do something, and I think it was when we were applying for when we were filling the forms for the ECMBA forms. I noticed that something happened to the portal, and most people could not find their receipts, their BPF receipts on the portal. Now, the reality of the matter is this: if at some point you can't find it, and eventually when it came up again, most people, it never came back again to the portal. So we must be consistent. We must have this assurance that whenever I go to the system, I can find every answer. Whenever I go to the system, I can find every answer that I require from the Secretariat. And so once it's user-friendly, and they also have a lot of other services, for example, the bar news. You can know anything that is going on in the NBA from that same portal. The younger generation have this issue of always using their phone for everything. And so if you make it user-friendly, if you make it very attractive, if people can get their news from that portal, they will want to always go back to that system. They want to register to the system. They always want to have information from that system. So the drop-down must be there. Every single feature that you will go to the Secretariat for example, your letter of good standing, your BPF receipt, your certificate, your CPD point, it should be accessed from that place. And I want to say this: I have a PhD in cyber law. My master's is in IT and telecoms law. I think I will make
Time
sure
up.
that I run that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How would you leverage technology to improve membership registration, verification, communication, and service delivery?
Thank you very much. My practical answer to this question is practicalized in my manifesto, in my 6 cardinal points agenda, cardinal point number 3 and cardinal point number 5. Number 3 talks about the creation of a comprehensive membership and branch database of lawyers. We need to run into that at this time. We have been having a lot of issues with verifications, but where you have an updated, an annually updated membership database, where you can log into the MBA portal and find a lawyer that is in Ochobo and find the current ESCO of MBA Ibadan branch. You have the details. You find the current ESCO of MBA Potiskum. You have all these details stated in the portal. That solves a whole lot of issues with verifications and all of that. Now, in number 5, I talked about establishment of a new directorate in the Secretariat that is called Membership Directorate. That directorate will be, the verifications will be routed through that secretariat. They are charged with management and running of the secretariat. That directorate is very key. Today there are so many directorates within the MBA, but you can merge or even drop some, but have a directorate that is purely membership based. And they are the ones that will run exactly these ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Can we pass the mic to Mr. Afam Okeke? I'd like to start with him for the next question. Thank you. What is your understanding of the relationship between the President, the General Secretary, National Executive Council, and branches under the NBA Constitution? What is your understanding of the relationship between the President, the General Secretary, National Executive Council, and branches under the NBA Constitution?
Well, the relationship between the President, the General Secretary, National Executive Council, and the branches is well stated in the Constitution. If you look at the NBA Constitution, all that is stated. The relationship between the President is the head of the National Executive Committee of the association, and he directs the national officers to carry on their functions as related in the Constitution. As it relates to the National Executive Council, the General Secretary issues notices of meeting at the direction of the President of the association, compiles minutes of meeting, circulate minutes of meeting, time at the right time on the instruction of the President, and everything that relates with correspondence between the Secretariat and the branches. In terms of the branches, the way MBA is structured, the branches are divided into 3 categories. The first vice takes care of one particular region, the second vice takes care of one region, while the third vice takes care of the other region. But everything revolves around the Secretariat. So it always passes through the office of the General Secretary of the association.
Thank you very much. Please pass the mic to the man sitting beside you. Please go ahead, answer the question.
Now, the role of each elected official of MBA should be the guide for the relationship that should exist between these officials mentioned. The General Secretary should not promote himself or herself against the office of the President. The role there it should be formal, it should be respectful. Everyone should stick to their role and deliver what objectives have been determined by the Constitution. As it relates to the branches take, I would say, guidance from the national officers, and the role and relationship, as I have stated, should be that of formal and respectful approach to each other. And the National Executive Council also is comprised by the National Executive Committee and the leadership of the branches. So everyone should be guided, in my belief, that everyone should be guided by their role. The Constitution has been designed in such a way that when every person is in their role, the team will work and be strong. Thank you very much.
Very much. Please pass the mic to Mr. Chidi Ezenwafo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The relationship between the President, the General Secretary, the NEC, and the branches is a constitutional issue. Section 5E clearly states, and the operative word there is that the Secretary shall, either at the instruction of the President or at the decisions of NEC, implement the other functions. That is the that's the relationship. The Secretary implements at the directive of the President. Now, as it relates to the branches, the General Secretary is the chairman of the Secretariat Management Committee, constitutionally. And all the branches of the NBA receive service like members, but at different level. Now they interface with the Secretariat, and that is where the General Secretary comes in. Primarily, he's the main administrative officer of the NBA. He interfaces with all departments, forums, branches, the President, as well as the National Executive Council. So his role is to assist, to unify, to keep records, and to provide the services of a secretary to the association. That is his main responsibility to all those organs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Okedo.
Thank you very much. The General Secretary serves as the engine room of the association. That is the Secretariat. The President is the leader of the team. All the ESCO have to work cordially with the President because the President leads the team. And the entire team reports to the National Executive Council, which and ultimately to the AGM. The branches land their queries directly to the Secretariat. So the General Secretary has more direct touch with the branches on day-to-day running. As we are proposing call center, as we are proposing portal-based accessibility to all lawyers in Nigeria, you will be receiving direct communication from branches on daily basis. And these branches, where there are issues, they go to NEC. And whatever mandate the NEC gives, the General Secretary is bound by it. So there is a cohesion, but in all, cordiality. Respect to the President, who is the leader of the team. Respect to NEC, who is the supreme body that controls both the branches and the national officers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add that, first of all, like every other person has said, this relationship is constitutional. They're already enshrined in the Constitution. For the Secretariat, he's the head of the administration, and they would keep interfacing with the branches and all. But the reality of the matter is this: all this relationship must be mutual and very respectful. And so even as he does his job as the head of the Secretariat and administration and all those other things, there must be a cordial relationship, for example, with the President and also with all the branches, because you will keep interfacing with the branches and all. And so I also believe that the General Secretary also should be a buffer between the President and the Executive, the President and other members of the Executive. Now, apart from all the constitutional requirements and the duties that are assigned to this role, I also believe that the General Secretary must have the right skills, the right communication skills, the right leadership skills, the right demeanor for him to navigate the frictions that would arise in this relationship, because definitely there will be frictions that would arise in this relationship. So it takes a person who has the right communication skills to be able to navigate all these frictions that would arise there in making sure that he keeps with his constitutional responsibility. By the grace of God, I'm ready to offer myself to make sure that those skills and demeanor, I have them, and I'll make sure I'll be a fantastic General Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. So this will be the final question. And Dr. Rapulu, I will start with you. Do you have the mic? Okay. What measures would you introduce to improve members' participation in NBA programs and activities nationwide? I have heard some members say that if you do stamp and seal and it is time yours, they are fine. But what measures would you introduce to improve members' participation in activities of the NBA?
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, first of all, I think the members need to understand that the NBA works for them. The problem where we have already in the NBA is that there's a disconnect. People just believe that they are doing their thing and we are doing our own thing. So first of all, they must know what the NBA is all about at every point in time. The interaction between the secretariat and the people must be very easy to be done. So when you have a good technology-driven secretariat, the people will find it easier to relate to them. And also, we must reach out to the people. Through the news that they get, there must be engagement. The current secretary does a fireside chat. I would make sure that I also make sure that we continue with that and always engage with the people so that they can see what the NBA is doing for them per time, and then you keep adjusting to the realities and keep changing to make sure that you deal with the issues that they always want to bring to fore. And so these are the ways to make sure that the people get to feel the NBA. And once there's a disconnect, but once you bridge the gap of the disconnect, the people will be happy with you. You serve them, give them, deal with their complaints. By all means, they want to engage more with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we pass the mic to Mr. Nebuka Onyebuchi Nweze? Thank you. 1 minute.
Now, people respond to the leadership in the way that the leadership presents itself. If the leadership presents itself as people-oriented, looking to bring solution to the yearnings of the people, of course, the people will respond in kind and participate actively in the programs of the association. Now, particular things that should be done will not be the decision of one person, but if I were to suggest, I will revert to the program of giving free seals to members, as was done by the administration of Mr. Pata. People's looking forward to the NBA to give back to membership is not misplaced. There should be a way that membership will see that the leadership is working for the goal of easing the participation of members and their practice.
Thank you very much. Please pass the mic to Mr. Chidi Ezewanfo. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's undeniable that member participation is strongest when members feel valued, they feel included, and they are informed. Liaison with the Office of the Publicity Secretary, I will ensure that members are informed of NBA programs. Secondly, through the one-stop secretariats, we are going to ensure that members are served. There's an apathy that reflects the lack of interest in NBA programs, and it's because members do not feel valued, they do not feel served. When we introduce an acknowledgement of the members by carrying them along, creating platforms where they are involved, members will feel served. And then I will introduce a survey and feedback mechanism that we will periodically survey and branches and take feedbacks from members, and that will give them a sense of inclusion in decision making. They understand that they are prioritized.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Afam Okeke.
Thank you. For me, first of all, what do our members want? Sense of belonging, recognition. And if the leadership is carrying the members along, if there's trust from the members, I mean, members who are close will draw closer, then those who are far will draw close. It's about the leadership being sincere. And in organizing programs, we must look out for quality programs that will impact our practice positively, that expand our scope of practice and increase our earning. It's not just organizing programs, or quality programs that will expand our scope of practice and increase the earnings of our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Raps. Okay, you've gone. Oh, please go ahead. Mr. Okeli Oagba.
Thank you very much. You see, all you need to do is from day one, hit the ground running in giving efficient service. Have a responsive secretariat that is innovative and member-centric. By the time lawyers start getting feedbacks, start feeling served, automatically they will start getting involved in the affairs of the NBA. All you need is be efficient in delivery. Lawyers need answers. And once they see that this administration is delivering, is giving answers, they will all queue in. And what is the best answer you can give to a lawyer is that he can log into his phone and get answers of all his queries. He does not need to call somebody in Abuja to ask him to give him a contact or somebody in the secretariat that his stamp has a wrong name. How do I change it? No. Click on the MBA portal. Your issues will be solved, and they will definitely be involved in bar activities. In our manifesto, we are even introducing a portal feedback column on the MBA portal, where every policy will get a feedback on it from lawyers.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, please take a bow. Stand up and take a bow. Please give them a round of applause. I think they've all tried. Your candidates for the office of General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, please take a bow, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Can we quickly do a group photograph? Please, let's quickly do a group photograph. Gentlemen, please stand for a quick photograph. Please quickly take a group, and for the bloggers who want pictures for their pages. Some people have asked why you were sitting down. You want to serve us, why are you sitting? Do this quickly. Please give them another round of applause. Mr. Chairman of the ECNBA, do we take a break or? Candidates for the office of First Vice. Okay, thank you. Can we have the candidates for the office of First Vice President come up stage? Candidates for the office of First Vice President, please come up stage. Oh, I apologize. I think it should be third Vice President first. Third, right? Third Vice. I apologize, gentlemen. Third Vice, please. Candidates for the office of Third Vice President, if you're in the room, please come up stage quickly. Please give them a round of applause as they come up. Third Vice President, none? Candidates for the office of Third Vice, is there any online? No? Candidates for the office of Second Vice President. Candidates for the office of Second Vice President. Is there any candidates in the room? Online? Candidates for the office of second vice president? Okay. Please just give me a minute. Let me quickly confer with my chairman. Okay. I understand that the candidate for the office of third vice president is online. Please, if you can unmute and speak to us for just 2 minutes. Candidate for the office of third vice president, I understand that she's online. Please put on your camera and speak to us for just 2 minutes. Candidates for the office, please can you wave your hand so we can identify you? Candidate for the office of third vice president, Inyobong Irene Pepple. Inyobong Irene Pepple. If you can hear me, please raise your hand. Please unmute. Put on your camera and speak to us for just 2 minutes. Candidate for the office of third vice president. Can we move on? Do we have any technical issues? No, we can't see her, but I'm seeing in the comment chat that she's online. Inyobong Irene Pepple. Inyobong Irene Pepple. I can see her there. Please unmute and speak to us. We can see you. She says she's muted. She cannot unmute herself. So please, let's unmute her so we can hear her. Are we able to unmute her? She was waving her hand just now. Are we able to unmute her? Can you hear me, madam? Do we move on and come back to her? Are we having technical issues? Inyobong Irene Pepple, candidate for the office of third vice president. Are we able to unmute her? No. Please, can you wave again, Mrs. Inyobong Irene Pepple? Can you? I've been asked to tell you to click the MOJ on your system by raising your hand so that we can take you. Please click the MOJ on your system so we can accommodate you. Are we able to take her now? Or do we move on and come back? We'll take her, okay. Madam, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Inyobong Irene Pepple, if you can hear me, please go ahead. I think we should move on. If we're able to, please work on it so that we give her an opportunity to speak to us later. I can see her raising her hand. Are we able to take her now? She's still not able to speak to us. She's online, but she's still not able to speak to us. Please let's sort out the technical issues and then we come back to her. Do we agree that we move on? Can we move on? Can I have the candidates for the office of First Vice President come up stage? We'll work on it, madam, and come back to you. Can I have candidates for the office of First Vice President please come up?
My
Second
apologies.
is not available. The second vice candidate president. Okay. In your bunk, Pepple, can you talk to us now? I've been told that the candidate for the office of second vice president is not available. She's speaking, but we still cannot hear her. Madam, please check your network again, your connection settings. Please, can we have the candidates for the office of first vice president please come up stage? Candidates for the office, please give them a round of applause. Please give them a round of applause as they come up. Madam Irene, if you can hear me, please disconnect and come back because we've done everything for our end, but we can't seem to hear you. I'll give our candidates the floor to speak to us for 3 minutes each. Please introduce yourself and speak to your manifesto. Thank you. 3 minutes each.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. May I stand on the protocol already well laid down by the chairman of the ECMBA. My name is Ogenero Okoro. I am from the Warri branch of the MBA. I'm a candidate cleared for the office of the first vice president. And I urge you to vote for me on the 18th of July on the election day as your first vice president. I come here with experience and maturity. For the office of the first vice president, the next person that will sit beside our president in policy formulation, in policy conception and implementation must have good experience, must be matured, must be stable, and must be steady. And that is what I bring to the table. I've been a chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Warri branch. Before I became a chairman, I was a vice chairman. Before I became a vice chairman, I was a secretary. As a matter of fact, I started as a PRO of that branch. All of us know that one of the most difficult tasks to do is to the branch. I had the rare privilege of having bettered the branch of the NBA. In 2016, when the EFU branch of the NBA was created out of the Warri branch, our then president, enough, bet that new branch. I went to that branch, I betted and stabilized it, and to one of the fastest growing branches in this country. Like I was saying, I bettered that branch, stabilized it, and today it is one of the fastest growing branch in the country. And it is as a dynamic branch. That is due to the solid foundation that goes to the experience I have. I have been a member of NEC 3 times under President J.B. Daudu from 2010 to 2012. A.B. Mahmoud, I was in 2016 to 2018. And other white secure, I was in NEC MBA. I've been a member and chairman of MBA at the branch level, right? And right now, I'm a member of the LPDC Watch Committee chaired by Leonard C.A. Ajuya, and I'm also a member of the Mental Health Committee for Lawyers chaired by Kadiri Asama, SCN. That speaks to the leadership, the experience I have. And I urge you that I have that experience to back our president in performing and rendering service to the NBA. Now, what do we want? Everybody wants a strong NBA. And for me, how do we get an NBA that works? To me, over the years, I believe that the way to do it is to achieve the core mandate of the NBA.
Hello? We're not counting time because of this.
Yes, like I was saying, making the NBA work involves achieving our command, dual mandate of the rule of law and welfare of family. How do we do this? Empower the branches. And I think the NBA have realized it over the years and progressively try to empower the branches. The universal adult suffrage was given so that everybody will have a sense of belonging. Second, 10% of practicing fee will return back to the branches. I believe when the branches are well funded, when the branches have capacity, when the branches are strong, the NBA will be strong. And the more effective the branches are, the less work for Mr. President. So we must empower the branches by continuing to empower them. President Olumide tried to make it 20%, and the present president made that. The branches are right now well funded. Added to that is the remuneration order. Branches now have money. And we are sure that the remuneration order is effectively implemented so that members and branches will be empowered to carry out the responsibility. And when they do that, the community that we serve. Secondly, I will ensure working with and collaborating with the Institute of Continuing Legal Education that members and the branches are further empowered. Right now, what do we do? People are made to pay for the webinar, these different lectures. I think we can work with the ICE and ensure that these lectures are free and work together, branches, more policy is given to it. What do we have now? Emails are just sent that these webinars will be done. People are made to register. Due publicity is not given, so people don't really participate. As your first vice president, I will work with the ICE and ensure that these things are focused on the branches, and the ICE work with the branches so that the branches will be the one to organize this program. We pay for the resource person. You don't have to pay for it. If Olumide Akpete could give us principal for free, why can't we for continuing manual education lectures for branches? I think that should be free. Also, leveraging on the National Human Rights Institute. I will ensure that there's zero tolerance for police harassment. Human rights is implemented and effected. I come from a background where I come from, Warri branch. We have zero tolerance for it. And leveraging on that office, I will ensure that we impart not only on the country, but also in each of the country. And how do I do each of the branches of the NBA? And how do we do this? Part of the 20% return to the branches as part of the practicing fee, part of it by constitutionally should be for the Human Rights Committee and the Human Rights Service. I will ensure that it is deployed properly for that purpose, because the human right is actually the way we impart on our branches and society we serve. One of the reasons you must trust me, like I said before, the branch I come from has a tradition of giving very good leaders to the NBA, starting from late Dr. Mudaga OJ, SCN, TJ Okoko, even Austin Alega and Olimide Akpata, who has been renowned to have imparted very positively in the last decade. They are from the Warri branch. For that reason, you can trust me that I come from a good background, which I've always delivered and which you can trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Obajaja.
Good afternoon, my colleagues. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. As first vice president of the bar, my principal job is to advise the president of the bar and support the administration with the vision and mission of whatever that administration is. Before I go further, I want to let you know that my name is Onimisi Stephen Obajaja, and I am the young man vying for the office of First Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association. You may ask, why is Obajaja vying for this office? I am vying for this office, and the reason I'm vying for this office is simple, yet it is a double-barreled commitment to all of us, both senior and young lawyers, that building a bar that cares for the good of all and a bar that works together for all is possible. And I will basically do this by supporting the president to discharge on the president's duties and those of the office of the first vice president. I want to tell you that whatever I do will be real impact policy driven. I am heavy on policy. We must know, we should know what the Nigerian Bar Association stands for. What is the policy of the Nigerian Bar Association? All these we must put in place and clearly communicated to you. But what I will assure you is that it is only policies that positively impacts all of us that I will encourage or formulate and advise the president to pursue. The promotion of the objects of our constitution, the promotion of the rule of law, is a given. The motto of the Nigerian Bar Association is promotion of the rule of law. And we know the country in which we live. People's rights are violated and trampled on every day. They have even now moved it a notch further. Lawyers are now easily brutalized. And at the end of the day, most times we do a lot of talk, we hold our workshops, we release messages, we talk, and at the end of the day, if the lawyer is unable to seek private redress, we move on to the next incident. Now, what I intend to do about that is that if any policeman or any security official is bold enough to assault a lawyer, they would either not remain in that position or the necessary consequences must be meted to them. Then promotion of human rights, that goes without saying too. Since the horrendous events of World War II and World War I, and across generations and history, those who are powerful, both governments, private individuals, and other entities, always seek to subjugate others and trample on their rights. This is an area where I will help the president to formulate policies so that in the event that human rights are abused, necessary channels for addressing them are easily available and made available by the Nigerian Bar Association. Promotion of unity at the bar, I intend to address that. MBA elections and inclusivity, oversight functions, which is one of the principal provisions of the Constitution for the first vice president of the bar. And in conclusion, again, my name is Stephen Onimisi Obajaja. Obajaja is spelled as pronounced. I won't bore you with the rest. On election day, you know who to vote. Because I have the best manifesto, I am the one who is ready to serve you in a bar that cares for the good of all and in a bar that works together for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Distinguished bar leaders and colleagues, I'm Lukman Adekunle Laoye, candidate for the position of first vice president. I've been vice chairman and thereafter chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Ibadan branch. I was a member of the Council of Legal Education, and I've been nominated by past and the current president to the National Executive Committee of our association. In all these positions, I've garnered considerable experience to put me in good stead to occupy the position I'm vying for. The duties of the vice president is as enshrined in section 95B of the amended constitution. It's simply to act to preside over meetings in the absence of the president, to coordinate the branches assigned to the office, and to encourage the formation of new branches. But the amended constitution have also vested a due responsibility on the vice president, that is to chair the Human Rights Institute. I will ensure that as chairman of that institute, I will ensure that the mandate of the institute, which entails increasing human rights awareness and ensuring unhindered access to justice, is fulfilled. I will also ensure that I collaborate with other human rights institutions like the Human Rights Commission, the IBA Human Rights Institute, to fulfill the mandate of the Human Rights Institute. Apart from this function, because I believe, apart from the promotion of the rule of law, our association should also be concerned about enhancement of the welfare of its members. I will propose to the national officers 3 schemes. 1, an office acquisition scheme to enable lawyers have access to credit, a payment of acquisition of office equipment on credit, and paying instrumentally, especially for young lawyers and intermediate lawyers. I will also propose that for lawyers to have access to soft loan, I will encourage the formation of cooperative societies by branches under my watch. I will also encourage that once a member pays his practicing fee, he should be automatically enrolled to the health insurance scheme. So come 18th of July, I seek your support for my aspiration. The vision is just for a better bar, a bar that serves the interest of all of us. So once again, Lukman Adekunle Laoye is my name, candidate for the position of 4th Vice President. Thanks for the audience.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Please sit down. Hello, mic check. Can we hear me now? Many NBA members are unable to identify any tangible contribution made by previous occupants of the office of first vice president. What specific project, reform, or initiative would you champion that would make the office more visible, relevant, and impactful to the ordinary NBA member?
Thank you.
Obajoja, let him start first. Thank you.
That question has often been asked, but I have answered it this way, that the first vice president may not be seen, but he can be very effective. And where I intend to focus on is promotion of human rights. God so good, it used to be that the first vice president is a spare tire, but not anymore. Our constitution in its wisdom has now reserved the Human Rights Institute for the first vice president as chairman. As I have outlined in my manifesto, promotion of human rights, and my office will serve, if I'm first vice president, as an office of advocacy, education, and support. We will bridge the gap. The rules are as they are in the law, and how they work in practice is what I intend to pursue. And with the support of whoever is president, we should be able to achieve that. Then there is the question of remuneration, which is the big albatross in the room. It's something I intend to focus on too. The remuneration order has helped us. I intend that is something I will always speak with the president about. Let's promote that. And it will interest you. That remuneration order is not only about young lawyers. Young lawyers, yes, they complain they are poorly paid, they don't have facilities, but it will shock you that many senior lawyers and mid-level law firms are also hemorrhaging. The economy has always been small, and now it is constricting. So it's affecting all of us. Our earnings, I'll focus on that and see what policies I can advise the president to adopt so we can get better business and earn better. Thank you.
Please pass the mic to Mr. Okoro.
Thank you. First, to start, I reject that notion that most past occupants of the office of the first vice president didn't do much. To start with, I've always said it, that the first responsibility of a first vice president is to work seamlessly and effectively with the president. It's not a power dragger with the president. It's a step behind the president. So whatever he does is always behind the president. So he has to give effective backing to the president and ensure that the president has a reliable aid. It's the first aid of the president in policy formulation, conception, and implementation. So you might actually not see him, but because there's a stable leadership, it's part of his contribution. Then two, is the officer and the executive is one. It's not contention as to who should do more. Every success is collective responsibility, in my opinion, and collective responsibility. But having said that, constitutionally, the Constitution gives power to the first vice president to chair the Human Rights Institute.
Thank you.
I've said
Thank you.
that leveraging on that position, I will ensure that our commitment to human rights issues and agitations are taken up more and more the way it ought to be. I come from experience in that background.
Thank you very much. Please pass the mic to Mr. Laoye. Thank you.
Because I do not want to be just a spare tire, in quote, vice president. I intend to, drive policies that will enhance that office and ensure effective optimization of the duties of the office. One of the projects I hold there is a human rights litigation support scheme, which will benefit young and intermediate lawyers. It's not a novel scheme. It's a scheme that's already in place in Ibadan branch of the NBA, where senior lawyers is powered by a senior lawyer, where young and intermediate lawyers can have access to funds who are interested in handling pro bono cases, can give given token ranging from 200 or 250,000 from that fund. The fund will encourage senior members of the bar to contribute to that fund, and will also ensure that the Human Rights Institute, under my watch, pursue actively cases of human rights violation, especially by law enforcement officers. So,
how would you balance loyalty and support to the president with your duty to offer independent advice when you disagree with a policy or decision of the administration?
well, my loyalty first is to the NBA Constitution, and secondly to the president. So, where there is a conflict, I will, in that order, prioritize my loyalty to the Constitution first, then to the MBA president and the national officers.
Yes, the Constitution is clear and it clearly demarcates every national officer's duties. Of course, the president leads the pack while others follow. Like he has rightly mentioned, your loyalty should be, I even say, to the members of the association first, to the Constitution second, and to the president third. What's important are the people involved. And I have often said that I am a people person. I know how to get along with people. But if it becomes a question of principle between me and the president of the bar, I will choose principle. Thank you.
Hello. I don't see any conflict between the president and the first vice president. I have been a chairman before. Issues are discussed in ESCO, and it is agreed upon. I trust my president not to do otherwise or act outside what was agreed upon in ESCO. I will make my country an ESCO. If it is agreed upon, I trust my president to implement it. If majority said my opinion is wrong, I will follow the majority opinion. That is why it's collective responsibility. I will never, I'm a team player, I serve under 3 different chairmen, I never had any issue. I will ensure cohesion by working with my president all the time. Thank you. Thank you. One of the constitutional roles of the first vice president is to supervise branches. And like I said, most of the issues that arise from branches are issues of election, factionalization in branches from my experience. And when those issues do arise under the branch I supervise, first I will discuss it with my president and properly brief him or brief my president of the issue at that branch. The both of us will put head together on the direction to go, and I will go there and implement it as directed by the president and as dictated by the Constitution. Thank you.
The problems of the bar have largely remained the same. Questions of crisis. We had a bad one in 1992, and it took us until 1996 or 98 thereabout to get back on track. The first vice president will oversee a region of the Nigerian Bar Association, north, west, or east. Whatever region the president assigns to me, the first thing to do is to build consensus amongst the branches in your region. Stay close to them. So whenever issues are likely to arise, you are the first to know, and you are able to nip them in the bud before they become such a serious issue. And we have also had issues with our fora and forums or whatever. Many of them borders on interest, sect interest, electoral interest, and all that. Even in these elections, we have had that. So what to do? Since I said the problems have principally remained the same, what to do is to think afresh, act anew, get us a new kind and a different kind of leadership that's empathetic and has the interest of all at heart. So these problems can easily be resolved. If everyone knows that you are working in the best interest of all of us, they are easily amenable to resolving and solving problems before they become full-blown and they become a real issue for the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you.
Because we cannot avoid conflict, but we should be able to put in place conflict resolution mechanism. If there are conflicts, I will ensure that I will encourage mediation between the parties. And I also want to encourage the culture of involving senior members of the bar to resolve dispute. There are many senior members of the bar who the junior ones look up to. But in resolving issues, one should ensure that you are just and you don't take sides. Because once you take sides and people see you as being, tilting to one side, then you, as an officer that wants to resolve the dispute, you are already tainted. So, like I said, primarily, who engage in conflict resolution by way of mediation and involving elders to resolve such conflict.
Are we able to take Irene? For the office of third vice president, Irene Pepple. I can see her chart saying that she's ready for us. Are we able to take her now before we go to the presidential debates? Can we also fix all the issues with audio, because there's a lot of people are complaining online that they cannot hear us? Are we able to take her? Madam, if you can hear me, try and unmute and see whether you can speak to us. Are we able to take her? Madam, if you can hear me, please try and unmute and see if you can speak to us. What's going on? Mr. Osage, who is contesting for welfare office, I
Hello?
also see that you've been
Can
online
you
for
hear
a
me,
long time
please?
and you've not been able to speak to us. Can you also try and unmute so that we can give you a fair chance
Can
to
you
speak
hear
to
me,
us?
Irene?
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Leonard Slot, distinguished delegates, and my dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I have been here since 10 a.m., 10:20 a.m. waiting for this opportunity. So my name is Inyobom Irene Pepple. It's an honor to address you today, and I'm deeply grateful for the confidence reposed in me as the sole candidate of the third vice president of our association. I do not take this for granted, and I see it as a call to greater service. Over the years, I've had the privilege of serving our profession through at the branch, forum, national levels through the MBA Women's Forum, and other fora. And I believe that these opportunities have strengthened my commitment to service, institutional leadership, access to justice, and the protection of human rights. The NBA Constitution entrusts the third vice president with important responsibilities, including engagement of our branches and service as the Human Rights Committee Secretary. I'm humbled that my years of service have prepared me for this responsibility. Now, these responsibilities have taught me one enduring lesson. A stronger MBA begins with stronger branches. If affirmed by you, I will work collaboratively with the President, national officers, NEC committees, and our branches to strengthen grant engagement, promote member welfare, advance inclusion, improve communication, support capacity building, and foster the unity and professionalism that define our association. As Secretary of the National Human Rights Committee, I will also work with the committee to promote access to justice, uphold the rule of law, and advance the protection of human rights in key values of our association. I also building consensus, respecting our community, my commitment to serving every member and the association as a wholehearted and unwavering. Distinguished colleagues, I respectfully seek your permission and your continued support as we work towards building a stronger, more inclusive, and more responsive Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much for the confidence imposed on me, and God bless the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, I hope I hit 2 minutes.
Thank you. We're glad that we could take you. Thank you very much. Ohaikana Osage for Welfare Office. Are we able to take him now so that we give him a fair... Yes. Ohaikana Osage for Welfare Office. I understand that you've been online. Please speak to us. Ohaikana Osage for Office of Welfare.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you for the kind indulgence. I really have difficulties with my network. My name is Osage Owaikena of the Nigerian Bar Association, Binipa. I have been a two-time Young Lawyers Forum chairman in my branch. And I've served in various capacities and committees. Going straight to my manifesto. My agenda is a simple one. The Constitution of the Nigerian Bar Association is explicit on the functions of the Welfare Secretary. And the most important part of it is that the Welfare Secretary shall fight for the general interest of all members of the association. We narrow welfare to what it should not really be. The Welfare Secretary's position is the pivot in which other offices with due respect rotate. If we do not have a healthy welfare, we cannot have a healthy lawyer. We must talk about security agents molesting Nigerian lawyers. It has become so common. We make speeches and give seminars on that. But the office of the Welfare Secretary has a lot of role to play in such an instance. We must, apart from bringing these security agencies who molest us in the course of our duty, in our domestic platform, we must also take it to the international level. We must stop workplace molestation. We must look for the betterment of Nigerian lawyers.
Thank you.
The young lawyers, those suffering disabilities, the pregnant colleagues, I am there. I have said repeatedly that I am ready to go 6,000 feet below the seabed for the sake of Nigerian lawyers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe that we've taken all the candidates online and those in the room. Please let's give ourselves a round of applause. It's been a long day. Mr. Chairman, we'll take a 5-minute break. We continue. Should we go ahead? All right, thank you. So this is the moment that a lot of us have been waiting for. Candidates for the office of Mr. Yemi Akogbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Is he still here with us? I don't see him in the room. Mrs. Oyinkan Badejo Okusanya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mr. Yemi Akogbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Are Muyiwa Kiboro, SAN. Please sit down. Are Muyiwa Kiboro, SAN. Mr. Yemi Akogbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please join us on stage. We are all eagerly looking forward to hearing from you. Please give him another round of applause as he comes up. Thank you. Please, can we be quiet in the room so that we can hear our candidates? Audio, the mics must not fail at this time, please. We will have our candidates speak to us for 5 minutes each, speak to us about their manifestos before we then take questions. Mr. Akogbe, SAN, I'd like to start with you. Thank you.
Tell me when to start.
Moderator, tell me when to start. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Latif Omoyemi Akongbe, a senior doctor of Nigeria, former chairman of Lagos branch, now vying to become the next president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Leadership is about improving the lives of others. And the big question before us is whether the NBA, as it is currently, is improving our lives. Is the NBA, as it is, fulfilling its fit for purpose and fulfilling its objectives? I believe that the NBA exists for two things. Number one is to promote and protect the rule of law, respect for human rights, people's rights, and fundamental rights. Second of all, if you look at the number 12 and 13 and the objectives of the NBA, to empower young lawyers and also for the welfare of its members, to promote and advance welfare scheme for its members. I ask you today, beyond paying your BPF, tell me one thing, one benefit you've gotten from the NBA in terms of welfare. The answer is zero. I'll take you back to 6 years ago. 6 years ago, without mentioning the president that we had then, you would know the person I'm talking about. Once you pay your BPF, with a 1 billion naira income from BPF, 7 minutes. With a 1 billion naira income from BPF, we had free law pavilion, we had access, we have free sales, we had access to finance, and the old NHIS scheme increased from 1 million naira to 2 million naira life insurance. Today, we do not have all of this in the NBA anymore. For me, these are ideological issues, which is why I got involved in the NBA in the first place. I got involved in 2019 to become the chairman of Lagos branch. In my time as chairman of Lagos branch, I prioritized welfare of members. I ensured we had health insurance for members. I ensured that there was training, trainings. I remember under me when the branch paid for 100 young lawyers to become arbitrators. The palliative during COVID, I was the first person to step out during COVID period and offer palliatives at the doorstep of every member of the branch. These are welfare. I remember then that once you pay your branch dues, you had access to the Lagos Bar Journal. I didn't stop at that. I ensured that the remuneration order that we have today, I started a conversation on remuneration. What did I do? I set up a committee and I said, determine a living wage for lawyers in Lagos, and we will have to ensure that no lawyer earns anything below a living wage. This was in 2019, about 7 years ago. I had that vision, I had that conversation. That report is what became the remuneration order that we have today. They implemented one, the other one has not been implemented. Now, that is my track record. That is my ideology. That's my philosophy of welfare. I have done this before. I have a track record of welfare. Therefore, I'm not telling you today to forget the past. I'm telling you, remember the past. Remember what I've done. Today, I have a vision. My vision is built on I want to elevate the bar. That's my slogan. But elevating the bar is not just a slogan. It's a program of action built on the conviction that the Nigerian Bar Association should be a single united body. Single united body that is clear in its purpose, modern in its method of delivering real value to every lawyer in Nigeria, regardless of how you practice, where you practice, or when you are called to the bar. As long as you're a lawyer, the NBA must work for you. I'm going to achieve this by repositioning the NBA as an institution that is modern in its service to members, principled in its public voice, modern in its infrastructure, and accountable in its governance. This I'm going to do through 5 interconnected pillars that I call IDARE, I-D-A-R-E. I stands for institutional and governance reform. D stands for digital transformation and modernization of member services. The A there stands for adequate remuneration and protection of lawyers' livelihood. The R stands for rule of law, administration of justice, and the independence of the judiciary. The E there stands for empowerment, welfare, inclusion, and inclusion, welfare, and equity. Now, today, when I speak about institutional transformation. Look at our secretariat, the GS have all spoken. And I said, we need to have a secretariat that is fit for purpose. We need to ensure that we have institutional memory. The other day, we need to have a secretariat that is fit for purpose. Then digital transformation. I tell you what, on my phone, all my interactions with the IBA that I'm a member of is done on my phone. We need an app like that where every lawyer can transact with the NBA without having to know the GS or know anybody. Now, I'm telling you that welfare is my priority, and I'm going to do this by way of inclusion. All lawyers, not only in private practice, lawyers in public service, we're going to bring everybody in. Your concern will be the concern of the NBA. The MDAs have been around, and I tell them, look at the Medical Association, look at how they've stood for their lawyers. When they start medical doctors in the ministry, they started from level 12. Lawyers, they started from level 10. It was the Medical Association that fought for them. We need an MBA that will fight for us. We need to bring everybody in. Look at lawyers in academia, different lawyers, young lawyers, their welfare, we need to prioritize it. Under me, I will ensure that all young lawyers are empowered through the skills they need to work with, through training. Have an ICLE that is purposeful and create value. And not an ICLE that people do because they don't want sanction. They put on their laptop and they walk away. An ICLE that is properly curated with a proper faculty that takes into cognizance the fact that there are lawyers who practice in different areas of law and curate trainings that is relevant to your area of practice. That is what the ICLE under me would be. ICLE will be well funded with a proper faculty. Not only that, I will ensure that young lawyers, I tell young lawyers, I'm not paying lip service. I've demonstrated my passion for young lawyers. We will start an essay and moot competition for young lawyers.
Leonard Silk, you're out of time. But please round up on that thought.
Yes. I'm saying we would empower our young lawyers. We would ensure that there is a national essay and moot competition for young lawyers. The winners of that competition, the association would ensure that they're sponsored to attend international conference on a yearly basis. We would do this for young lawyers. We would empower them, give them the skill they need to be able to excel in their area of practice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. Mrs. Oyinkan Badejo Kusanya, 7 minutes, please. Please, can we have the timer on the board? It is.
I can't see the timer from
Can you make it bold? Can you make it bolder? It is 3:43 p.m.
Where am I supposed to be looking for the timer? On the screen?
Yes, please. Can we go? It is 3:43, ma. 7 minutes.
Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. Permit me to begin with a question. Why does this election matter? It matters because across Nigeria today, too many lawyers are working harder and yet earning less. Too many young lawyers are questioning whether there's a future in this profession for them. Too many experienced practitioners are struggling with the rising cost of practice. And too many lawyers are asking, what exactly does the MBA do for me? And that's why I'm standing before you today. My name is Oyinkan Badejo Kusanya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And I offer myself for service because I believe the time has come for a bolder bar, a bar that puts members first and works for everyone. A bar that creates opportunities and an enabling environment for lawyers to earn better, live better, and practice better. A bar that ensures that its members are protected and respected. A bar that delivers all of this through a responsive, efficient, and technology-driven secretariat. I know that some will ask, how can she do all this? She's never held any high office at the branch level or at the national level. I know comparisons will be made about experience. Some will point to the number of offices that others have had and believe that this alone makes them better qualified. I have nothing but respect for the two distinguished colleagues that are also pursuing the office of the president of the MBA. But leadership is not measured by the offices we have held. Leadership is measured by judgment, by vision, by courage, by integrity, by the ability to build institutions, by the discipline to deliver sustainable results, and ultimately, by whether the lives of those we are privileged to serve become better because we led. 24 years ago, I attended my first MBA conference. I didn't even have a job, but I knew I wanted to be active in my profession. I was full of hope and belief in the possibilities of this noble profession. And 24 years later, every lesson that this profession has taught me, that hope has not left me. Throughout my career, I've had the privilege of serving this profession in different capacities. Barely 3 years after my call, I was the Assistant Secretary of the Lagos branch. I was elected Assistant Secretary of the Lagos branch under Mr. Folusho Fayokun, the then chair of the branch. I have served in public office as SSA on Justice Sector Reform and subsequently the General Counsel to the Governor, where I participated in significant if it ever did. And their stories reinforce one conviction, that we must restore economic dignity to lawyers, because everything else flows from that. And that's why my manifesto is built out around 5 practical pillars. 1, to help lawyers earn better through stronger advocacy for living wages for younger lawyers and opportunities that will help other lawyers to thrive. To help lawyers live better by leveraging on the strength of our numbers to attract welfare packages that help us to live, including health insurance and negotiated discounts across various sectors of the economy. To help lawyers practice better by embracing technology, by expanding professional development, supporting young lawyers, and strengthening opportunities for law officers, for lawyers in academia, for lawyers in the security services, and for preparing our members for the future of the legal profession. To ensure that lawyers are protected and respected, standing firmly against harassment by security officers in court, defending our members whenever their professional rights are threatened, and restoring the MBA's historic voice as the voice of conscience of our nation. And finally, to build a bar that works, one that is responsive, transparent, digitally enabled, and relentlessly focused on putting members first. My manifesto is straightforward. It's not a catalog of unrealistic promises. Every proposal answers 3 simple questions. Is it achievable? Is it scalable? Is it sustainable? I don't seek to reinvent the wheel. Like every good leader, I will audit what exists. We will fix what is broken, strengthen what works, and we'll discontinue what no longer serves our members. In my manifesto, I tell you what we will prioritize and why, and how we will achieve those goals. And at the end of my tenure, I would like to be judged by 4 simple questions. Are lawyers earning better or demonstrably on the path to doing so? Are they living better? Are they practicing better? And do they genuinely feel that the MBA now puts its members first? If the answer to these questions is yes, then I would have honored the trust reposed in me. Distinguished colleagues, if by the grace of God and with your support I become your president, I will strive to be a president who keeps her word, a president who listens, a president who unites our bar through genuinely inclusive leadership, a president who restores dignity to lawyers, a president who will work to leave the Nigerian Bar Association stronger than she met it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe our candidates deserve a louder round of applause. Can I have someone move this podium so that we can see them properly? Can I have someone move this podium to the side? It's time for our candidates to answer some of the questions that you have sent in. These are not my questions. They're questions from lawyers. Please come and help us move this. Thank you. You will have 3 minutes each to answer these questions, after which you'll be cut off. Thank you very much. The NBA is often criticized for speaking on national issues while neglecting members' welfare. Now, I know that you have spoken to welfare in your manifesto and today, but how would you balance the NBA's role as the conscience of the nation with its responsibility to improve the welfare of lawyers?
Can I go first? They're not mutually exclusive. I like to say one thing. You must put on your mask before helping others. I see that, I listen to that all the time when I'm on a plane, and it's profound. We must sort ourselves out. Otherwise, we can't fulfill our moral obligation to society. But the two are not mutually exclusive. Right in the aims and objectives of the NBA, in the first part of the Constitution, welfare of members is there, and protection and promotion of the rule of law, the integrity of the judiciary and the profession, they're all there, suggesting that they can all be achieved. I think they should progress side by side. Lawyers' welfare is of crucial importance because nobody can worry about the things that we're supposed to worry about, our role in society, if they're worried about money in their pockets, if their well-being has not been taken care of, if their health is failing, if we are not thriving rather than just surviving. Realistically speaking, we cannot fulfill that role properly. And so, for me, when an NBA that has rejigged itself to putting its members first, it becomes almost inevitable that we will fulfill that role to society better because we're better prepared and better equipped to do so.
Thank you very much. Yemi Akongbe.
Thank you very much. Without a doubt, everyone knows that the NBA, if you look at its constitution, it says part of it is welfare of lawyers. It's clear. But I think that there's something more fundamental than that, which is that the issue is always one of mindset, the mindset of the leaders. Do they believe in giving back? Do they believe in investing in members? I'll give you an example. We had free law pavilion for years 0 to 7 before. And when it was stopped, when I engaged, I said, why did you stop it? They said, oh, we no longer could afford it because they increased the subscription by 100%. And to my mind, I said, okay, if we were doing 150 million before, because I knew about the negotiation at the time when, a while ago. I said, if you increase by 100%, let's say it's 300 million and said he couldn't afford it. I said, but NBA told us last year in Benin Neck that from BPF, we realized 2,750 million. After Enugu conference, you said you had surplus cash of 1.5 billion. That's almost 5 billion. So you mean that you cannot invest 300 million in your young lawyers out of 5 billion? That tells you it's a thing of mindset. It's not a paucity of funds. It's whether you believe in giving back and investing in your young lawyers. So we have private people. I did subscription for young lawyers, 25,000 young lawyers. For me, that is welfare by a person who is not in office. So it's a thing of mindset. I've told you about my track record of investing in welfare. Today, I believe that anybody that seeks to lead the association must have good demonstrable welfare credentials. You must welfareist credentials. You must be able to demonstrate your ideology on welfare. Today, I tell people, welfare does not mean handouts. For lawyers, we're in the knowledge industry. Welfare starts from knowledge, skill, training. If you look at the constitution of the NBA, part of the objectives is to promote legal education amongst lawyers. Welfare starts with skill. If you're, as a lawyer, your worth, what you know, your knowledge is your worth. If you don't have the requisite skill you need to operate in any area of practice, for instance, if you don't know anything about mining law, you can make one from mining law. Now, the NBA, I believe, beyond law firms that invest and train people, it should be the NBA, it should be the primary duty of the NBA to promote legal education. And welfare is education, because for a lawyer, you don't give them fish. You teach them how to fish. Thank you.
Within your first 12 months in office, if you do get elected as president of the NBA, what are the 3 most important reforms you would like to implement that we can hold you by within the first 12 months if you do get into office? The 3 most important reforms that you would like to implement within the first 12 months. Somebody, please go first.
Thank you. The first thing I would like to do is digital transformation. I would ensure that the secretariat is digitized. You know, many, especially when I remember when I was chairman of the Lagos branch, many people would come to me, they need a letter of good standing, they need this, they need that. And I believe, and that was what led me to digitize the NBA secretariat in Lagos as far back as 2021. I digitized the secretariat. And I believe that the secretariat is a doorstep, is the beginning of any functional association. Therefore, we would develop an app called the NBA One. NBA One will warehouse all NBA's digital assets. You have we have different digital assets that are fragmented. You have the NBA, you have the stamp and seal ecosystem, you have the Find the Lawyer directory, ICLE portal. We'll bring everything together as one home where every lawyer can interface with the NBA from your phone. That's the first thing I would ensure that we do. The second thing that I would ensure that we do within the first 12 months is that I would ensure that welfare, such as the access to finance that we used to have, I would bring back that access to finance so that lawyers can have access to finance. The idea behind access to finance is that lawyers who are working in different areas of wherever you're working, you backstop 1.5 billion with 2 banks at single-digit interest rate. Lawyers can access that for loans, work for them, and put it back. I would ensure that is done. Thirdly, that would ensure that it is done within my first 12 months is inclusiveness in my administration. I would ensure that lawyers in public bar, the MDAs, the ones inside, we bring everybody together and we begin to speak for them. I give you an example. You go to the government workers now, and they tell you that our salaries is poor and we're not getting this, but there's nobody to fight for them. So I would ensure inclusiveness, bring everybody in. The 150 members that the president can go up to NEC, I'll make sure they're all in NEC. We can listen to their concerns, their issues, and deal with their issues. That is the only way we can say we have a single united body. So the first thing I would ensure is that the bar sees itself as one. There will be equal representation, whether you're a young lawyer, lawyer with disability. I would ensure that everybody comes together. That uniformity is very important for me, so that our members are not treated as if, oh, the focus is only on private bar. There must be inclusiveness for us to go forward.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk.
Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Shola. I actually would have liked if you had asked for 5 things, because I actually have one from each of my pillars, but I'll stick to 3. I would deal with the Secretariat first as well. I don't know about ensuring that the Secretariat is fully digitized, because that has all sorts of variables, but I commit to ensuring that the Secretariat is more responsive, more transparent. Every member knows what departments are in the Secretariat, who does what, and can reach them and get what they need from the Secretariat. Technology will help with that, but the extent to which the Secretariat will be digitized depends on what we meet on ground. Secondly, I will push very hard to ensure that we don't just have a free law report for lawyers 0 to 7 years. We have a subsidized law report for all lawyers. Everybody
Please,
deserves.
let's keep the applause until the end of the presentation so we can hear them. Please go ahead.
Everybody deserves to have access to law reports. As a matter of fact, I believe that lawyers immediately above the young lawyer group are the ones that actually need the rebates more. The third thing that I will do is engage in advocacy to ensure that lawyers who go to court are able to practice with dignity. We will engage with the judiciary to ensure that, 1, the incidence of courtroom disorder, if I can just put it delicately like that, has come to a barest minimum. Not only that, that we have an understanding that our courts need to work and work on time, and that courts need to sit at 9, and that we should not have to travel far distances to find out that courts are not sitting, and ensure that the relationship between the bench and the bar, and we will also address our own members as well, who engage in dishonorable practices towards courts, to ensure that those are 3 things that we want to hit the ground running with.
Thank you very much. And it's from that stops that my next question is from. How would you improve transparency and accountability in the management of NBA finances and projects?
Thank you for that. First of all, I'm coming from a mindset that the NBA belongs to all of us. And if the NBA belongs to all of us, we have a right to know exactly what goes on. It's not a secret society. And a natural fallout of a more responsive, open, and transparent secretariat will certainly be that members will be better informed about what happens in the secretariat, what happens to our money, where it goes, and how it is spent. That is critical. Now, I happen to know that the NBA has finite resources, right? The BPF that we talk about is barely able to cover running this building, for instance, just as one of the expense heads, all the overheads and expenses. So we will need to go out of our way to fulfill one of the aims and objectives, which is invest in income-yielding ventures that can assist the NBA to make more money. Now, that decision is one that has to be taken by NEC. And naturally, if NEC is going to have to take that decision, we have to know where the money is coming from and what is going to be deployed to. I want to change the way that members view and interact with the NBA forever. They need to know that the NBA Secretariat is putting its members first, is working for them.
Thank you very much.
So the NBA is a brand, and it has different streams of income. First of all, transparency cannot be overemphasized. And if you look at the Constitution, you'd see that there's a provision for income, that donations, incomes, and all of that. There has to be full disclosure. Not only transparent, also disclose income. If you ask anybody today, what are the streams of income of the NBA? They probably may oversay it or undersay it. They probably may, because they will say out of conjecture. But one thing that is certain, you say they make money from BPF. People would say, some may tell you they are foreign grants. You know, so people are saying things because it's a bit opaque. People don't know all the streams of income. And for you to run a credible association, you have to be accountable in your governance, which is why I would ensure that, first of all, let there be transparency. Let people know, let the members know all the streams of income. Where does the money come from? When they know that, people are a lot more realistic in their expectations. So people don't say, oh, do this and do that, because you know, where money is coming from, and you know where the money is going to. So that will be done at your AGM. Ensure that at every AGM, the report, when I was chairman of Lagos, I ensured that there was financial probity at the branch. What did I used to do? Before every branch meeting, the financial reports are circulated to all members at least a week before to look at it and raise issues. You can see line by line item, you see where it is. So that way, people manage the expectation very well. And when you say, this is what I want to do, people see sincerity. When you cannot do something, they know genuinely you cannot do it because there's transparency and you're accountable to them. So that is what I would push forward as a leader of the association.
Thank you very much. What is your position on the continuing controversy regarding the payments and utilization of bar practicing in that area, since we're talking about money? What is your position on controversy regarding the payment and utilization of bar practicing fees, and what reform?
Well, to the best of my understanding, certain percentage of what comes in from BPF is sent to the branches, according to the number and the size of people from the branch that paid the BPF. I know that at a NEC, there was a 10%, there was a decision of NEC that another additional 10% should be sent to the branches for the human rights of the branches to be able to fund the human rights activities, which I have no problems with. For me, it's fine. But I think that beyond that, we need to use the BPF. There needs to be a lot more transparency in the BPF and do a lot more. What do I mean by a lot more? For instance, I believe, and under me, I would ensure that 5% of what we get from BPF will go to an empowerment scheme for young lawyers. I'll ensure that in addition to that, a percentage, we have to look at it, will go to ICLE. I believe the ICLE is so underfunded, and that a portion of what comes in should go to ICLE, where you have a proper faculty that will develop curriculum that is of value to members of the association. So for me, it goes beyond just taking a percentage for the branches and the human rights. I think the young lawyer deserve that. And because I'm so welfarist in nature, I believe that the money of the association should be invested in the members of the association. So, core pillar of my administration is on welfare, and I will ensure that more of the BPF goes back to the people. Not that we're going to squander money. I don't believe in just saving money. I believe in investing money. Investing in human resources, investing in the association. My pillar is investment. Invest that in your human capital. Invest it in funds that will generate more. When I was chairman of Lagos Bank, I ensured that I grew the fund of the association by 13% by the end of my tenure. That has to show you my belief in investment. 13% growth in the funds of the association. Thank you.
So this goes back to why the MBA needs to have additional streams of income. You see, I take the view that rather than give more BPF to the branches, because let's face it, it's the size of the branch that determines how much you get. And it's always not going to be sufficient. So for instance, 20% to Lagos branch is not 20% to a branch in a rural branch, right? So I believe that branches need to be strengthened to build their membership. as far as they can. And one of the ways in which we should do this, I think that the relationship between the branches and the National Secretariat should be stronger. We should assist the branches to give similar services across branches. If we have co-working spaces in the urban branches, let's have co-working spaces in the rural branches. If we have a library within the branch secretariat where young lawyers or lawyers who don't have access to internet can go and access e-reports and books and things, we should have that across branches. The best way to achieve this is if the membership grows and more money comes in. But back to my original point, all the controversy about BPF, whether it's enough or not enough, will pale into insignificance when we have a means of earning money. And my proposal for that is very simple. In this FCT, we should approach the government, get land, build a conference center that we will hire out year-round and make a huge amount of money that we can invest and fund all our activities. That is what we need to do. That's the way we need to think. Get something that will fund our activities, and that way we'll be able to provide all the things for our members that we need to, because we'll have the money to afford it. Would I reverse? The electronic seals are already free for young lawyers and cost 1,000 per pack for senior lawyers. I even envisage a situation when the MBA has sufficient money, the seals can be given free to all members upon payment of your bar practicing fees. Because electronic seals are far cheaper to produce than physical seals. And that's the way to go. I understand the arguments about some people can access technology and all that, but we can't remain in an analog age when the whole world is moving digital. We just have to find a way around that. That's non-negotiable. So I foresee a situation whereby seals will be given to every lawyer free once you pay your bar practicing fees.
Okay.
The moment we digitized everything under MBA 1, like I said, the seals become digital. You see, before now, the issue was always the cost of making the seals, because they were physical seals, and and the MBA said, it costs X amount of money, can we afford to make it free or not? But once it becomes digital, it costs nothing. So it becomes free automatically once I implement the MBA 1. On MBA 1, your seal, everything is there. You have your own personal seal. You don't have to renew it. Every year automatically it gets renewed according to the year. So that is going to be free. It goes without saying. You don't even have to say it. It becomes automatic. That, amongst many other things, once you go towards technology, everything becomes free. You don't have to worry about that anymore. So take it from me that it's a given.
Free seals. Please let's give our candidates a round of applause. What specific measures would you implement to improve members' confidence in NBA elections and governance processes? What specific measures would you implement to improve members' confidence in NBA elections and governance processes?
Thank you very much. Any candidate here that tells you that electoral reform is not top priority in his mind does not deserve to be voted for. Already, it's commonplace that there's trust deficit in the system. And what do you do? What do you do? For me, we need to ensure that there's integrity in the system. I've had calls to engage with current ECMBA, and I said, when people attack you, it's not personal. It's not because of your person. It's because they don't have confidence in you. No. If the system is not revamped, even if we bring a messiah, they won't be able to do anything. The system has to be reformed, starting from the electoral expenses, starting from the visitations to the branches. It starts from there. And that's where the expenses begins to, become adding up and all of that. So I think the system we run currently is not working. We need to ensure that we have integrity in the system. So it's not about personality, it's a system. So when we talk, I'm not anti-people, it's anti-system. The system we're running right now, we need to change it. We need to ensure that we have a more credible system, a system that is more transparent, that everybody can see that this is a system that we're running. Right now, everybody is following what is going on. And people are saying, oh, we don't have trust in this, we don't have trust in that. If the system was more apparent to people, more transparent, I think that would help to engender confidence in the system. So you need to build the confidence of people in the system. It's the system that we're running. Because, I give you an example. Audit, post-election audit. Over the years, we haven't had that. Every administration has come and there's been a challenge to audit, to expose the digital footprints. There's been resistance. There's been, resistance to have an audit, which would expose, if I win the election today, I wouldn't even ask for an audit. I wouldn't even wait for an audit to be requested. I will grant an audit immediately because I know that I have no skeleton in my cupboard. I know the system. I know I didn't do anything. So I would even offer for an audit to give legitimacy and validity to my administration. That is where it starts from.
Thank you very much. The next, sir.
You see, this is the burden of leadership. To the extent that every election cycle, people have one complaint or another. And this is without prejudice to the fact that there will always be sour grapes and sore losers, right, who will complain regardless. But it bothers me that every election cycle, there's not just complaint from the actors or the participants. There's a widespread belief that our election system is flawed. To that extent, a sincere conversation needs to be had. My worry is this. Last year, constitutional review exercise was carried out. Electoral reform was top of the agenda. Members were asked to send in memoranda. How many did? When the document was brought to the AGM, there were several provisions that would have gone a long way to reducing our electoral issues. They were rejected. There are too many people benefiting from the current system. It's a problem. Unless and until we are ready to be sincere about electoral reform, I fear that we may not make much progress, and yet we must. So my prescription would simply be a sincere conversation needs to be had, more in the nature of a referendum. We must sit down and talk. We sometimes address the problem in a very insular manner, forgetting that people are looking at us and wondering how a profession like the legal profession engage in things like that. The kinds of things that come out of our election cycle is quite frankly embarrassing. So for me, a sincere conversation needs to be had. We all need to purpose that we want electoral reform and actually want to push it through.
Thank you very much. If you do win, Mrs. Oyinkan-Badejo-Okusanya, will you also commit to a post-election audit?
I didn't get that.
If you do win and become president of the NBA, would you also commit
absolutely.
to a post-election
I have
audit?
absolutely no desire to be a president that was not chosen by the will of the people. Absolutely.
We're going into an election year, 2027.
how would the NBA engage with government authorities, especially when issues affecting the league, without compromising the independence of the legal profession when it comes to electoral issues and all of that?
The constitution of the NBA is very clear, and the role of the NBA in society is even clearer. We have a moral obligation to promote and protect the rule of law, and that is what we must always do. As a matter of fact, I think we need to be bolder about it. And so, the fact that we're going into an election year holds no challenge for me. That being said, I don't think that the role of the NBA is always to be combative with government. There are times when government does well, we will commend government for doing well. There are times when partnership between the NBA and government is important, we will do that. But when there is need to speak truth to power, we will do so, and we will do so boldly.
There is no gainsaying that one of the objectives of the NBA is to protect and promote the rule of law. And NBA would continue to do that. But the big thing is this. Elections are coming. I've heard people say to me that even you people cannot conduct your own election properly. So it makes us lose that moral right to say, this is not being done well, that is not being done well. So we need a cleanup to begin with, internally. We need to do a cleanup. When we do that cleanup, then you project your image properly. So when you're called to come and observe and monitor elections, people don't laugh at you. I've heard a politician say to me before that, you know, you guys are actually more wicked than INEC. I said, why? He said, when they conduct elections, INEC allows inspection and discoveries, and even take copies. You people don't even allow that in your audit in your own elections. And I said, wow, it's true. So beyond the rhetorics, beyond just being in the Constitution, how are we carrying out these roles? NBA is supposed to be the watchdog for society. And our role goes beyond just making statements when there's excesses on the part of government, going to channels and Arise TV. We have a section that can do a lot more. The Speedel, I always say, Speedel is supposed to be one of the most significant section of the NBA. There's a body set up for developmental laws, section on public interest, that's supposed to form collaboration with government agencies, develop legal frameworks, build systems. It's not just public interest alone. You go to court to say, oh, the police are stopping tint and all of that, tint glass. You can actually do a lot more. Develop guidelines for government to build systems that would make the governance, to make governance work. We need to be seen as that body beyond just making statements and all of that. So rule of law, it encompasses a lot of things. It goes beyond just public interest litigation. It starts from even ensuring that things work properly in the judiciary, in the pen of the judiciary, administration of justice, ensuring that all other organs of government, they work properly. When you have an NBA that people see as an active player in nation building, that is when you say we are living up to our objectives of promoting, protecting rule of law, ensuring that things work as it should in the society.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, how many more questions can we take? How many more questions can we take? Are we out of time? Or can we squeeze in 2 more? Time? We're out of time. So I will ask my final question before the candidates give us their closing statements. I know that we've talked about first 12 months.
But at the end of your administration, if you do become president, at the end of your tenure, what legacy would you want to be remembered by? And how do we measure, how you get there? Give us timelines to achieving it. In 2 years, I would have done this. In 12 months, I would have done this. And then by the end of the tenure, I will do this. And this is the legacy that I want to leave as president of the bar.
So it's not necessarily realistic to talk in absolutes, but I can say for certain what I will work towards. If at the end of 2 years, we have been able to change the way members relate with the MBA, and members can generally say, the MBA works for me. The MBA is putting me first. I actually find the MBA relevant. The MBA does things for me. When MBA says members first, I truly feel that I am front and center of what the MBA exists to do. Then I'll be fulfilled. That is the legacy I say. But I don't say what I don't mean. I try to mean what I say. I will work very hard. I don't make promises that I can't deliver, but I will work very hard to deliver the promises that I do make. And everything centers around putting members first. So, like I said, my pillars are very straightforward. They're not rocket science. It's just for me a simple mindset shift. Right now, I don't think the MBA is fully apprised of putting members first. So I think that's very measurable and very easy to assess. When the MBA starts putting members first, it'll be easy to see. That's the legacy I'd like to leave.
I've seen MBA at its high and at its low. I've been a member of NEC for years, chairman of a branch. I've seen it all. I tell you, we have two problems in the NBA. One is lack of continuity. The other is lack of will. Now, when I leave as president, the legacy, what I want to leave behind is people to look at me and say, this is the man that institutionalized the NBA. There is no gain. I started my address by telling you the welfare initiatives we had 6 years ago that we no longer have. Now, given my track record of welfare and my philosophy of welfare, when I implement all these things that I tell you about, such as determination of living wage, ensuring that we make it a misconduct for anybody to hire a lawyer without a letter of employment, which we have a NEC white paper on. When I ensure that no lawyer, nobody that pays below a living wage, if you pay below a living wage, it becomes a misconduct. Hire a lawyer without living wage, misconduct. Give young lawyers free training, give old lawyers what they need. Now, I know that I can do all of that and go away, and another person comes and they reverse it. What I will live with, what I leave the MBA with, is that I will ensure that there's continuity. I will institutionalize everything such that whoever comes after me, they won't be able to change. It will have to continue from wherever we stop. How do I want to do that? I will ensure that we amend the constitution of the NBA, that anything that touches on welfare of lawyers, anything that touches on advancement of the cause of lawyers, it becomes an AGM matter. It will no longer be the prerogative of the president alone to reverse it, or just the committee to reverse it. Imagine if when the access to finance that I talked about under Olu Akwata, remember free seals, remember free roll-up pavilion, imagine if they had to take it to AGM for members to vote on it. Would it have been possible? No. So I will ensure that same fundamentals will be ring-fenced, and those matters will become an AGM matter. Anything that touches on our welfare, we should be the one to determine it. It's our BPF that is used to do those things, and we should be the one to make a call on it. So I'll be remembered as someone that institutionalized it. Everything that we do, I'll make sure that it becomes members to determine and to make a call on. I want to be remembered for that. So that whoever comes after me, good or bad, you can't change those things. They become institutionalized, they're there for good, and they're there to stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have our podium back so that our candidates' final statements, their closing statements, can we have our podium back? I need them to stand for this one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Closing statements. Leonard Silk.
We're not about to choose the next president of the NBA. We're about to choose the direction in which the association would go for the next 2 years. I present myself before you as someone who has a track record of welfare, who has a track record of advancing the cause of members. And I'm saying to you that I'm not running on promises, because I know that anybody can be given a manifesto. A manifesto can be drafted for anybody. But in life, they say you don't know where you're going to until you realize where you're coming from. Look at where I'm coming from. Look at the things that I've done before. Use it to benchmark what I can do. Use it to benchmark. Use it to ascertain my philosophy. I am not today standing before you saying, forget about the past, forgive me. I'm saying, remember the past and vote for me based on what I've done before. Of course, we are 3 candidates in this election. I'm one of them, the youngest of them. We have my friend, a female. We have the third person, another male. But I tell you what, we are a professional association. We are a professional body. We are sophisticated electorates. We are very discerning as lawyers. Do not vote on sentiment. Vote on capacity, competence, and character. I tell you something. It's never the case anywhere in the world that a professional body, IBA, ABA, go all over the world. People have voted based on issues. Who identifies the issues? Who knows the issues? Who is speaking to the issues? Who has the ability and the competence and the character to show that he can deal with the issues? Therefore, please, look at the issues. Do not look at sentiments. Do not look at age. Do not look at gender. It is not male versus female. Never gender versus gender. It's about capacity. It's about competence. It's about character. I'm going to tell you something. Do not vote. In making your choice, let it not be about who has the loudest voice. Let it be who has the clearest vision. Let it not be who has the most or the best orator, but who has the programs that can advance the cause of our association. A vote for me is a vote for welfare of lawyers. I have demonstrated that. That is my philosophy. That is what I believe in. If you make me your next president, nothing will be more paramount in my consideration than your welfare, your remuneration. I told you the remuneration that we have today started with me. The remuneration of young lawyers in paid employment is still there. It's not been implemented. That is the first thing that would pick up to ensure that, but it's about the noble profession, it's about our dignity. It's not a thing of pride to know that there are lawyers out there who get below what drivers earn in banks. It's not a thing of joy. It's not a thing of joy that there are lawyers that still share appearance fees with their principals as their mode of remuneration. We need to move away from there. I, Lateef Omoyemi Akongbe, I am telling you that based on my track record, I will implement it. I started the remuneration conversation and I have a pact to that remuneration. I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to ensure that no lawyer, wherever you practice, whether you're in Oshogbo, whether you're in Adamawa, we will ensure that your remuneration will protect your livelihood as a lawyer. As long as you're a lawyer, we would ensure that your livelihood is protected. We would ensure that injury to one is injury to all. We would never have a case where you say a lawyer has been harassed in court. The DSS have mounted a wall at the court entrance, and no lawyer can go into our own place where we earn our living. We would ensure that injury to one will be injury to all. We would stand with you. That is my commitment with you. That is my pact with you. It's not about sentiment. These are issues. These are problems. And if you look at my manifesto, you will see the steps, the method, with timelines in which we are going to use to achieve all the promises. It's not just about saying, it's about doings. I have done it. It's about workings. I have done it. I've done it before. Take your chance on me, and you will have no regret. Thank you.
Crave your indulgence for a few more minutes because this is deeply personal for me. Distinguished colleagues, there's something deeply inspiring about teams that nobody expects to succeed. The ones that are told they're too small, too inexperienced, too unlikely. The ones that everybody admires for their boldness, but few believe they can actually win. And yet somehow, through belief, discipline, relentless hard work, they begin to change the conversation. And this campaign has felt like that. A year ago, very few people believed I would be standing on this stage. Today, as one of the final candidates for the presidency of our great association. And let me pause at this point to say thank you and God bless you to all the people who believed in me a year ago, who believed in me 2 years ago, and who believe in me today. Here we are, not because anything was handed to me, not because the journey has been easy, not because the journey has been easy. So much has been thrown at me. I realize just how strong I am. I'm still standing because hard work, conviction, and the grace of God has brought me this far. And in many ways, this campaign has never really been about me. It has been about every lawyer that has ever been told that your turn will never come. Every young lawyer who ever wondered, do they even see me? Every woman who dared to aspire. Every colleague from a small rural branch who believes that leadership is reserved for people in the urban branches. For every lawyer who refused to allow someone else to define the limits of their ambition. To all of those categories of lawyers, I hope my campaign has already said one thing. Dreams that seem impossible are still worth pursuing. I didn't come this far simply to inspire. I came to serve. And it would be the greatest honor of my professional life to go to bed on the 18th of July and wake up on Sunday as your 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Not for the history it will make, but for the future we can build together. A future where lawyers earn better, live better, practice better. So today, I don't just ask you for your vote, I ask you for your belief. Belief in someone who will not promise what she cannot deliver, but will work over time to deliver what she promises. Belief in someone who says what she means and means what she says. Someone who will not tell you what you want to hear just because I want your vote. I will be myself because what you see is what you get. Someone who is passionate about the bar and passionate about you. I am ready to serve. I have the vision, I have the boldness, I have the competence, and I have the capacity. And I have the commitment to deliver. And I respectfully ask for your confidence, I ask for your support, and I ask for your vote. Let us make history together, not for my sake, but for the sake of every lawyer who believes that our bar can be bolder and fairer and stronger. Let us move from surviving to thriving. May God bless you all. And may God bless the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much.
I'll invite our candidates now to shake hands and take a bow. Thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. Please shake hands and take a bow. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Please sit down, don't go yet, because we'll have members of the ECMBA come up to take pictures. And can I have the Secretary of the ECMBA to give us the vote of thanks?
The ECMBA chairman, members of the committee, the candidates, please permit me to proceed on the existing protocols. I am here simply to thank you all for coming. You see, it has been a very difficult task for us. Right from the beginning, things have been thrown at us. We have been hit from several ways. But we assure you by the grace of God that we are going to deliver to you a free, fair, and transparent election. We thank all the candidates for coming. We thank all those that are online and those that are physically with us. And we really appreciate your coming. And we hope and pray that what you have said today will set the milestone for the NBA to elect the best of leaders this time around. We thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you, and we are very, very grateful that you are here. We pray to the Almighty God to ensure that you return to your destinations safely. We thank you so much for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Please, can I invite the members of the ECNBA up to take a picture with our candidates, after which all the candidates in the room would also come and join the picture. All the members of the ECNBA, please come up to take a picture with our candidates. And then other members, please come this way. Sir, please come this way. Madam, please stay there. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to shoot my... Thank you very much. Please, can I have all the candidates in the room to join this picture? All the candidates in the room, please come up. Thank you very much. All the candidates. Thank you. Are you able to capture everybody?
Thank you.